Hello, in this video we will see how we can install Vue 3 in our Laravel project. We are going to use this npm command to install Vue 3. Now that Vue 3 has been installed, we need to install this Laravel package, and we can do so using this command. And after that we need to run this particular command. Once that is done, we will copy these three lines and add it to the webpack.mix.js. This file is located at the root of your project. And here what we will do, we'll copy those three lines. This line is already there, so I'm going to remove it. And this line I'm going to replace with the line that I copied, and I'll remove this semicolon. And that is it. Now we can run npm run dev. And now we will have a JS file located at this folder and CSS file located at this folder. Since we have not specified anything over here, our CSS file will be empty, and we have a CSS and JSS file created successfully. Alright, now that Vue 3 has been installed, let's see how we can use it. First of all, I'm going to go into my route web.php. Here on the root, this is currently returning welcome, so I'm going to return a new Vue app. We will need to create this one, so let us create that. I'm just going to copy this and this would be app.play.php. I'm going to change the title as Laravel Sanctum app or anything that you want. I'll remove these fonts and styles as well as everything else. And within the body, I'll have only one div with an ID of app. And here I'm going to include this JS file that was created. We can do so using this command. I'm going to include our CSS file, even though it is currently empty, but we will soon use this. And let us try to open up it in the browser, and it is currently empty even though we are having the title that we specified over here. So let's see how we can use Vue to populate this page. So within the webpack, we specified this as our configuration file. So let us open up this file, resources.js app.js. Here I'm going to import Vue, and then I will import an example component that we will soon create. And then we will have this app created using the example component. And then finally we will have this app mounted using the ID that we specified in our layout. So this is how you mount a new Vue app. If you had used Vue 2 previously, you might have used that L element instead of this mount, but the syntax has now changed a bit. So let us create our first component, which is going to be this example component, and whatever will be the example component that would be displayed within this ID app. So we are going to create all our components within this JS folder. We'll have a new folder components, And here we are going to create this example component dot view. Now a view component has three parts: a template, a script, and style. We will just have a template for this particular example component. So this is a template component, and here we are going to define our HTML. And remember, we can only have one any template that we have to wrap it in one tag itself. We cannot have multiple tags. So here I have this div tag. Within this I can have multiple tags, but there should be only one parent tag. And here I'll have some dummy HTML. This is coming from example component. And now if I reload browser, we are not going to see anything. This is because we again need to run our command npm run dev so as to compile it again. Now if we reload it, we see that we have our data coming from the first view component that we just created. So we need to run this npm run dev every time we make some changes to the JavaScript files. If you do not want to run it again and again, you can simply do npm run watch. And now this is going to automatically compile the app anytime we make a change in our JavaScript files. Another change that I'm going to make in our api.php is that I'm going to add this code. What this will do is that if a user directly enters any URL in the browser, I'm going to make sure that everything would be handled by the Vue app. So now that we have successfully installed our Vue application, in our last video we installed Vue 3, and in this video we are going to install Tailwind CSS. We are going to go to our command line terminal and we will install npm install tailwind css, and we are also going to install post css import. And now the tailwind css and post css have been installed, we are going to create a config file for the tailwind css. We can do so using npx. Remember, it is npx and not npm. Tailwind css init. This will create a tailwind.config.js file at the root of your application. We will soon come to it. Before that, within our pack.mix.js, we have this configuration file over here. So let us open that up. And here I'm going to copy all the Tailwind CSS files. So I'm going to copy this, and here I'm going to require Tailwind CSS as well as post CSS import that we installed. And now if we run npm run dev, we see that we have our CSS file created. Previously this was empty, and now we are ready to use Tailwind CSS in our Vue app. However, before we continue using it, I'm going to configure this config file that we just created. So here what I'm going to do is, within this purge, I'm going to specify all the directories where we will be using these CSS classes. And then what Laravel Mix will do is that it will purge all the CSS files which are not being used so that our final CSS file is very small. So I'm going to specify these three directories. So any file which is being used in these directories, it will check if the CSS class is being used over here. If the class is not being used, it will then remove that CSS class from the final CSS file that we have built. Uh, for our case, we only need this particular directory because we are only creating a Vue app. However, if you are using Tailwind CSS in a normal Laravel project, you would need these two as well. So I'm just keeping them over here. Now this would only work if you do a npm run production. If you're just doing an npm run dev, these changes would not be reflected. So do not worry if your CSS file is still about 2 MB. When we are going to run it for production, it will be only about 10 KB or so. So now that CSS has been installed, let us use some classes over here. I am going to use text large, margin top, padding of 4, and text color of red 500. And again, if you are not already running, to run npm run watch so that these changes are reflected instantaneously as soon as you make the changes in your Vue or JS files. So let us reload it. We see that we have our Tailwind classes being applied to this component. So with that, we have successfully installed both Vue 3 and Tailwind CSS in our project. If you are not familiar with Tailwind CSS, I suggest you to go through the crash course that I have created for using Tailwind CSS in the Laravel project. This is a 50-minute crash course which is available for free on my YouTube channel. We are going to be designing our app from scratch using Tailwind CSS, and we are going to use a lot of Tailwind CSS classes. So if you want to keep up, I strongly suggest you to watch the Tailwind CSS course before continuing. I've pasted the link to the course in the next lecture, so please go and watch it before you continue with the rest of the course. Hello, in this video we are going to install Vue Router. So we can install Vue Router using this command. Now the reason we need Vue Router is that because we are going to have multiple screens, and we want that whenever a user goes from one screen to the another screen, the URL change should be reflected in the browser. So in order to do that, we need to install this Vue Router. And there we go. Now that Vue Router has been installed, let's see how we can use it. Well, I'm going to define a new JavaScript file in the JS folder. In fact, it should be routes.js. And here, first of all, I'm going to import the router from Vue Router. And then I'm going to create a constant. I'm going to call it router. And then I'm going to call the function create router. Now here we are going to specify various options. First of all, we will need to set the history mode. We can do so using this method. And then we are going to define the routes, which would basically be an array. We are going to define that soon, and then we can export this router. All right. Next, what we need to do is we need to tell our app.js that we are going to use this router file. We can do so by importing router from routes.js, and then here we are going to tell the app to use this router. And now our view app is going to use the routes that we are going to define over here. So how we can define the routes? Well, we are going to define different components for different screens, and for each of those components we are going to define a route over here. So let us first of all define the components. We already have this example component, and what we will do is that we will create a component for login page. We are going to create a component for dashboard, and finally we will have a component for the listing of projects. For the time being, we are going to have these three components. Now all the components, they will be placed in this components folder, and it is up to you how you manage the structure within this components folder. So what I usually do is I'll create a folder, let's say auth, and here I will have a component for signin.view. Same way, I'm going to create a dashboard folder and a projects folder, and I will have a component related to dashboard, which is going to be the dashboard.view, and within the projects folder I'll have the file projects.view, and within all these view files, for the time being I'm simply going to create the template, and we'll work on it later on. This should be wrapped in a div, and I'll have the same thing in the dashboard and projects view as well. So now we need to define routes for all these three components that I've created. So I'm going to import them. I'm going to call it sign in from components. All right, now let us define a route for all of them. In order to define a route, you need to have a path. So for sign in, I'll have, let's say, login, and then I'll specify the component, and that component would be sign in. And just like we did in the Laravel, we used to assign a route name for each of the route that we created. We can do the same thing in Vue as well, and I'm going to give it a name, and this could be anything. So let's say login, and same way I can define route for dashboard and projects. I would change the component accordingly, and I will also give them a unique name like so. Before we can make sure that these routes are working, another thing that we need to do is that within our example component, which is basically the root component of our application, we need to specify a location where the component specified by the route is going to show up. So here we can do so using route view. So we can specify it anywhere within the template. So I'm specifying it below this text. So now if I, let's say, go to the projects URL. This template this template is going to show where we have specified router view. So let us check that, and here we go. This is coming from the example component, and below that we have specified the router view where we have the data coming from the projects component. If you go to the dashboard, we see that the text where router view is specified is changing automatically based upon the URL. You can even specify it before this text. And now if we reload, now it is coming above. So this example component is basically going to be our layout. So now that we have got our router working, let's work in the next video and see how we can specify a template which would be shared by all our views. Hello and welcome back. In the last video, we installed View Router in our application, and we discussed that we are going to create a template for our app. So let's see how we can do that. Before we implement the template, I'm going to change this example component.view and rename it to app. This is the root component of our application, and you would see that it is mostly named as app.view. So I'm going to import this as app, and here I'm going to change that example component to app. So that looks better, and I'll remove all this divs and text. I'm going to have this router view, and as we have in a normal template, we are going to have a header over here. Let's give it a p tag for the time being, and at the bottom we are going to have the footer and the body content that would be dynamically populated based upon the URL. So if I reload it, we have that header and footer. So let us define the contents of the header and footer. Now we can have HTML and define that HTML within this app.view itself. However, a better approach is to extract the HTML of the header into its own component and then use that component within this app.view. So far we haven't discussed, but a component can also have multiple components associated with it. So let's see how we can do that. So far we have only discussed the template section of the view. Next we are going to see the script section. So this is how a script section looks like. Actually, before defining this script section, let me define the components which are going to hold the header and the footer HTML. So within these components, I am going to define another folder, and I'm going to call it partials. And here I would have a component as header.view and another component as footer.view. Header.view is going to hold our header. So I'm just going to move this HTML from here to here, and same way for the footer. I'm going to copy this and have footer over here. So how can I use this header component and footer component in my app.view? Well, each view component has a property known as components. Here we can specify all the components that will be used by app.view. So before we can use header and footer, we need to import them, and I'm going to call it header itself and import them from the components, partials, header.view. And same way I'm going to import footer. I think I misspelled it. It should be component footer.view. And here I'm going to specify that this component can now use header and footer component. In fact, I'm going to name them as app header and app footer component. So remember, I can name them anything that I want. This app header, the name that we are importing is independent of the name of the view file. So these two are not related. I can name it anything. So in this case, I'm going to name it as app header and app footer. Now, in order to use this, there are a couple of ways. We can either use it same way as app header and with the closing tag, and same way for app footer. It seems there is an error. I need to remove this components because we are already inside the component. And another issue we have is that a template can have only one root element. Here we are having three root elements, so we will need to wrap it up in a div. And this is a very common problem that you will see when you're using Vue. So now if I go to our browser, reload it, we see that it is still working fine. However, now this header and footer, these are coming from the header view and the footer view. Now we not only can name our components in camel case, we can also specify them using app header. So this would also work. If I reload it, if I remove this and reload it, we see that it is still working fine. Now this is a preferred behavior because now our HTML is our HTML for this component is looking like an HTML tag. So instead of using this uppercase, you can also use them like lowercase. If you want, you can change this or you can leave them as it is. Vue will handle cases correctly on its own. So I'm going to leave them like camel cased at the top, at the bottom. However, at the top, I would use them in this way. So let us define the basic structure of our layout using Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to use flex classes. By the way, if you are not comfortable with Tailwind CSS, then I suggest you to watch my crash course on Tailwind CSS that is available for free on my YouTube channel. If you have followed that crash course, you would have no difficulty in understanding the classes that we are going to use. The link to the crash course is shared in the last article. So I'm going to give this a flex class and as well as flex column. I will give it a minimum height of screen and use justify between. I'm going to wrap this router in a main tag, and I'm going to give it a class of flex and flex grow so that it takes up the whole space, and I will give it a background color of BG blue 100. And to the header, I'll again give it a class to specify the minimum height of 10 and background color of blue. And same way for footer, I'll give the same classes and I'll give it a background color of red 600. Well, this is the structure of our app. Currently, this should be footer and this would remain the same on all the pages. So with that, we have defined our layout. Next, we are going to define the contents of the header and footer. Our header will have the menu and our footer will just have some static text. So we will do that in the next video. So see you in that one. Hello and welcome back. So let us design the header of our app. What we are going to have is we are going to have the project name on the left hand side. You can have a logo, but since we don't have a logo, we'll just have the project name. And on the right hand side, we are going to have various menu. So let us see how we can do that. Again, I'm going to define a flex class. And here I'll define a h1 tag, which will have the name of our project. Let's call it projectify. And on the right hand side, we'll have a ULLI. Give it a class of flex. And this would be, for the time being, let's say we have a dashboard and projects. Let's reload it. And I'll have the class justify between. So both of them are on the opposite ends. And here we go. This is our projects on the left, the name of our project on the left side, and the menu on the right side. So let's apply some CSS classes over here. To this h1, I'm going to make the text large using 4XL. I'm also going to give it a margin left of 6 and text color of white. Let's reload it, and that is looking fine. And to this li, I'm going to give a margin right of 6. I'll change it to href. And I will have a class of bg blue 600, and when we hover over it, we'll have text white. Let's apply the same thing over here. And copy this as well. Let's reload it now, and there we go. Now this should be centrally aligned. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a class of items center, and there we go. Now they are aligned correctly. It seems that the color has not been applied, so let us check. This should be text blue, my mistake. And I'm also going to decrease the range a bit. And there we go. We'll also have other links for login as well as logout. And there we go. These are looking a bit dull. So let me change this to 800 and change them to 600. Now that's better. All right, now that we have defined our header, let's do the same thing with footer. This should be footer instead of header, and we'll have that ampersand copy 2020, all rights reserved, and we are going to have it red 100, and we are going to have the color as red 200, and we'll have items center and justify between to align the text horizontally as well as vertically. We need to give it a flex. This should be justify center, and now we have at the between. So that is our header and footer, and we see how easy it is to define them using Tailwind CSS, where we do not need to write any new CSS classes. Hope you have enjoyed this video. See you in the next one. We have these various links defined in our header file. So let's just change them. So dashboard would be dashboard, project would be projects, and login would be login. Now if I reload it, now if I click on dashboard, I'm taken to the dashboard page. However, you see that it is not a single page application. In single page application, the pages are loaded via Ajax. However, we saw that our page was reloaded. If I click on projects again, we see that it is doing a full reload. So how we can change it to a single page application? Well, in order to make this to a single page application, instead of using this anchor tag, we need to define our routes to using a router link. And this router link would take a to parameter, which would take an object. And we know we have defined this name field, which is just like the Laravel routing, Laravel named routes. So we can use them over here instead of using this URL path. So for dashboard, I'll specify name as dashboard, and rest everything would be same. I can copy this class text, and this would then be closed using the router link. Same way I can define for projects and login as well. For projects, the path would be, the name would be projects, and for the login, I think the name is login itself. So I'm just going to copy use login. I'm going to leave logout as it is for now. So now if I reload it, and now when I click on dashboard, we see that it is instantaneously changed. Even though the URL is changed, it is a Ajax request, and the page is not doing a full reload. So this is how we can specify the route links in a single page application using Vue. In our routes file, we have defined these 3 routes. However, if we go to the root of our application, we see that we are getting this empty page. Even though we have the header and footer, the main content is empty. This is because there is no matching route for the home page. So let us define one. I'm going to copy this again, and the path would be slash, and I'm going to display the login page. So I'm going to keep the component as sign in, and I'm going to call it home component. And now if I reload it, you see that sign in component is displayed over here. And since these two components are basically the same, I can specify a alias for this one, and in the alias I can specify the root link. All right, so let us work on the design of the sign-in page. We know that sign-in page is handled by this sign-in.view. So what I'll do is I'll go to the tailwindcss.com and I'll search for the login form, and we have this login form. So I'm just going to copy this HTML, and then we'll see what changes we can make over here. And we see that we have this form showing over here, but we would like this form to be moved to here with the proper spacing between the top and bottom, and remove this footer and forgot password and this error message as well. So let's see how we can do that. So let us remove this p tag as well as this anchor tag. I'll change this class to flex, give it a height of full, and use justify center and items center. Let's reload it. Well, now it is lined horizontally. Let me see why it is not aligned vertically. We need to remove this flex class from here, and we'll also have this changes to height screen. If we reload it, and there we go, that seems to be working fine. I will also change this to hidden, and it would be nice to have some text over here, so let us do that. Since this form is inside this div with the class of flex, so I'll need to create a new div. And here I will create a new div and have the text as login to maybe let's say login form. In fact, I can give it a h1 class, and let's see what else I can do. I'll give it a margin bottom of 6, text align as center. I'll make it a bit bold and give it a text color of gray 600. Let's reload it, and now it looks a bit better. Before we can hook up our login page to the Laravel API, we need to make a couple of changes that we did not make when we created the API. If we go to the installation page, it says if you plan to utilize Sanctum to authenticate an SPA, you should add Sanctum middleware to your API middleware group within your kernel file. So let us do that. Since we were creating the REST API and not a single page application, we did not require to perform this task. So I'm going to go into my kernel file, and here within the API I'm going to include that class. Another thing that we need to do is we go to our routes file. We do not have any route to log out a user, so let us create that. I'm going to copy this and have a post request to log out. And if we check the documentation, we need to check revoking tokens. We can revoke all tokens using this. If you want to revoke only the current token, you can use this command, but I'm just going to revoke all the tokens. So that means the user would be logged out from multiple location if that is the case. So this is the user, and here we are deleting all the tokens. Now deleting a token is not enough. We also need to make sure that user is logged out from the web using this command, and then we can simply return an array with status okay. This would be converted into a JSON response automatically by Laravel. So these were a couple of changes that we had to make to the backend. So let us continue working on connecting our login page to the backend. Now so far we haven't checked how the view reactivity works. So let's see that. We are going to have a script tag, and here what do we need to have? For submitting a form, we need a username and password. So we are going to define these two fields, and we can define the fields using the data method. This would return an object which would contain all the properties for this component. So we need to have username, let's call it email, and password, which would be empty by default as well. Actually, let me give it some value to this email so we know, so we can see how it works. So I'm just going to give it an admin. And now if I want to display this value in the template, I just need to wrap this in in this double curly braces. And here if I give the email, what Vue will do is it will replace this internally with the current value of the admin. So let's see if that is working or not. If I reload it, and there we see the value of email has been printed in the template. And another thing that we can do is, let's have to this button we can have a click method. If we type @click, what Vue will do is at the click of this button, Vue is going to automatically call the method that I'm going to define over here. So let's say dummy click. So this dummy click is a method that would be called. We haven't defined any method so far. So in order to define a method, all the methods can be defined within the methods property of a component. So here if I define a dummy click, I'm just going to do an alert. And now if I reload it, click on this one, and there we go, we get the click. So this is a very basic thing that you're going to perform again and again in Vue. Now here is the interesting part. Within this method, we have access to all the properties we have defined within this data method, and we can access using this keyword, this email. And now I'm going to change the email to, let's say, user@localhost.com. So here what I'm telling is, as soon as this button is clicked, I'm asking Vue to call this dummy click method, and within this dummy click method, I'm asking Vue to change the email property which is linked to this data to this one. So let us see what happens. If I again reload it, click on it, and we see that property was changed below. It is even reflected in the template. So this is how Vue reactivity works. As soon as any value is changed, Vue is going to update this template and make necessary changes based on the property that was changed. If you have been using Vue, you must be aware of these things. However, if you are using Vue for the first time, you might have got an idea that if you were using jQuery or pure JavaScript, how difficult this would have been to achieve. However, Vue handle all these things under the hood and makes it very simple. I'm just going to remove this email as well as the click method on the button. And now what we actually want to do is we want to hook this input class to this property. Well, that is easy as well. We can use v model, and then we can specify the property, which in this case is email. I'm going to do the same thing over here and change this to password. We do not need this ID parameter. We can remove that. So now what is going to happen is that as soon as the user types an email, in fact, I'm going to keep this email over here so that you get a better idea. So as soon as the user types an email, Vue is going to update the email over here, and Vue is also going to update the template again. So let us test this one. Currently the value is empty. As soon as I type, we see that Vue is updating this property, which is being printed using this curly braces. So that's how you can maintain two-way reactivity in Vue. Alright, now same way, when we have to submit a form, we have this submit.prevent, and then we can name our method. I'm going to call it handle login. We do not need any parentheses. So here I'm going to remove this method and change it to handle login. And I'm simply going to alert this email as well as the password to see what happens. There's a typo, this should be password. Let me reload it again. And now I'll need to change this button type to submit as, so that this would submit form. I could even attach, instead of attaching to the form submit method, I could even attach to this button, but let's keep it to the form itself. We reload it, we give an username, password, and now we get both username and password. So that is working fine. Now what we need to do is we need to make an API call to our API that we have created and see if the correct token is returned or not. I think this is becoming a lengthy video. We have covered too many things over here, so we will do that in the next video. In the last video, we saw how we can submit a form using Vue. In this video, we will see how we can make the actual API call after the form has been submitted. Before that, I'm just going to make some aesthetic changes. I'm going to change this username to email because that is what we are using over here as well as over here. And we have specified a for, but we do not have any ID or name. But let's just keep it as it is. And now if we reload it, we get an email and password. So that is fine. So let us see what the documentation says. So if we go to the SPA authentication, well, it says we need to configure our first party domains. So that is already, we are already using the default, so we do not need to do that. We've already changed the sanctum middleware as well. And it says we need to use Axios with this particular line. So let us open up our bootstrap.js. Remember, in app.js we are requiring this bootstrap.js. So within that, we see that we already have this Axios installed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import that Axios, and here I'm going to specify default credentials equal to true. If you are not aware about the Axios, it is a JavaScript library which is used to make API calls. You can check the GitHub documentation. It is easily configurable and very easy to use. Although we do not need to in our case, we can also specify the base URL so that all the API calls would be directed to this URL. In our case, our API and Vue app are present within the same repository. If in your case they are present in the different repository or different server, you would need to specify that this base URL. So I'm just going to keep it over here. And then Laravel says that before you do a login, you need to have this API call. What this would do is it would set an XSRF token cookie, and this token or cookie would be automatically passed on subsequent request that you make to your API. So let us copy this one, and we are submitting our logs, our form over here after this alert email and password. So I'm just going to copy this here. Once we get a response, we need to do a post call. I think it should be mentioned over here. Yeah, you should make a post request to your login route. So let us do that. Axios post, we know that it should be API authenticate, and here we need to pass it all the params. That would be email, this dot email, and password, this dot password. And then we are going to wait for the response. For the moment, I'm just going to have a console.log response, and we are also going to have a catch with the console.log of error. There is a typo over here, so I'm going to fix this. And now if I reload it, I'm going to clear my network tab, and if I click on sign in, we are going to get these two alert, and then there will be one API call followed by another API call. So there we go, we had this CSRF cookie, and then we had this authenticate call which gave a 200 response, and it also gave us, and if we check the response, it gave us the access token correctly. So that is working fine. So let us see what we can do. As soon as we get this response, we want to redirect to the dashboard page. We can do so using router push, and then we are going to give name as dashboard. We are going to check this scenario when the authentication fails later on, but for the time being, when the authentication works, I want to redirect to dashboard, and there within the dashboard, what I want to do is I want to fetch the data using another API call of the logged in user. If we check our routes file, we have this get user call. So I want to make this API call in the dashboard page and make sure it is working correctly. So let me define this script tag, and here what we are going to do is we are going to use a mounted method. You can think of this like the constructor method. So this would be called as soon as this component is loaded. So here we want to make a Axios call. That would be axios.get API user, and we are again going to wait and check the response. I'm going to assign this response to the user property. This would be response.data, I think. I'm going to assign into a user property that I'm going to define in this data method. We already saw how we can assign a property and how view will change the template whenever that property is changed. So I'm going to have this user property, which would be an array, and I'm going to display it over here. So let us see if that works or not. I'm going to reload it, and then I'm going to log in again. We have these alerts, and then we are redirected to the dashboard page. However, we see that we're not getting the data because it should be, I think, user.data. Let me just console.log this response so that we have a better idea. We have this response.data. This should be, now if I reload it, we see that our API call is working fine, and now we are ready to make any subsequent API calls. We can go from dashboard to projects and back to dashboard, and that should work again. So in this video we saw how we can log in using the Sanctum API, and then we redirect it to a different page after login, and then use another API call to get the user data. Currently we are on the dashboard page, and here we are sending an API request to fetch the user detail. However, we see that we still are showing the login button in the menu. We need to hide it when the user is logged in. However, currently we have no way to determine if the user is logged in or not. We are simply making this API call, which is fetching the user detail from the server. However, at the client side, we do not have any way to know if the user is logged in or not. Well, in order to manage that, we will need to install Vuex. Vuex is a state management library, and you can consider it as a session in PHP. Just like we have all the user details stored in the session with which we determine if the user is logged in or not, same way we can use Vuex to store the user details and determine if the user is logged in or not. So let us install this Vuex. We can install it using this command. And now that Vuex has been installed, let's use it in our application. So what I'm going to do is, within this JS, I'm going to create a folder, call it as store, and here I will have a file index.js. So we can import Vuex like this, and then we are going to create a constant store. This will take various options. We'll come back to it, and at the end we are going to export default store. We are then going to use this inside our app.js. We are going to import store from store index. We're going to tell our app to use this store. Alright, so let's see how we can configure this store. The store will have a state. This will contain all the properties that we need to store in the state. So this is going to return an object, and I'm going to store if the user is authenticated or not. By default it would be false, and when the user logs in we are going to change this to true, and then we are going to use this flag to check everywhere if the user is authenticated or not. Same way we are going to store user details, and that I would store in this user field, which will by default be null. Now, even though it is possible to fetch this state from the various components, however, this is difficult to maintain. So the preferred way is that for every state, you need to have getters and setters. So I'm going to create those getters and setters so that we do this properly in the first way itself. So for every state that you have to find, you need to have getters. And if you want to change those state, you need to have mutations. So getters are going to fetch the properties in this state, and mutations are going to update the properties in the state. And then we also have actions. Now action will also be used to update the properties of the state. Now you might wonder, why do we need both actions and mutations? Now actions can be asynchronous, whereas mutations should update the state as soon as they are called. So if you have an AJAX request which fetches the data from the server, then that request would be written into an action, and when that AJAX request is completed, those actions they are going to call mutations, and then the mutation is going to update the state. So let us see. First of all, we are going to define the getters. So it is a good practice to define the name of your getters the same name as your state properties. So I'm going to call it authenticated. This would by default take a state as a parameter. View is going to manage it internally, and then we want to return state dot authenticated. Same way we will have a getter for user, which would again take a state as a parameter, and then we are simply going to return the state dot user. Now we need to define mutations for both of these properties. So I'm going to call it set user, and this would take a state and a payload. Now payload would be an object or a single parameter which would contain the value for user to be updated. So what we are going to do is we are going to set the state dot user as payload, and same way we will have that authenticated mutation, which would again take a state and payload, and here we are going to set state dot authenticated is equal to payload again. So this is all very simple. We have a getter and setter which are referred to as mutations, which are getting and updating the properties of the state. So now let's see what are actions and how they are going to update this state. So we have this sign in form which makes an AJAX request to the server and fetches the data. Now we are going to move this AJAX request from the component to the state. So let's see how we can do that, and we will create an action for it, and within that action, if the user is authenticated, we are going to update the authenticated property. So I'm going to make a few changes. First of all, I'm going to have a new property I'm going to call it show error, which will hold our error message. I think it should be error message. That looks meaningful. And I'm going to use this property inside this template. So remember, if you are using any property, it goes into these curly braces. And here I'm going to display the error messages. I'm going to remove this hidden class. However, I only want to show this if the error message is not empty. So I'm going to use the if directive, and the condition would be error message dot length. So whenever we have an error message, that error message would be displayed over here. I'm going to remove this alert, and I'm going to set the error message as empty initially, and then we will have an ajax call over here. In fact, we will call an action over here, and then we will check the response of that action. I'm going to use try catch, and I'm going to assign the, if there is an exception, I'm going to assign that to the error message, so that is displayed over here. Also, I'm going to change this method to async, and here I will have an await message. Now I need to call a action from the state over here, so we can do that using this $store, and then we have a dispatch method, and here we are going to, and here the first parameter will be the name of the action. We haven't created that action, but we are going to call it sign in, and then we will pass a payload to it. That payload would be the email and password. So that is it. Now we need to create this sign in action. So let us create that sign in action. It is going to be asynchronous, and the method name would be sign in. This would take a dispatch property. We'll come to it soon. And then we will have a payload, which is basically the username and email that we have passed. So then I'm going to copy this code and move to action. Again, I'm going to use await instead of using promise. And here also we can have a constant which would handle which would hold the response. And here I'm going to use the await. I will have a try catch over here, and if the authentication fails for some reason, I'm going to throw an exception. Which would, like, the user cannot be authenticated. Here also we need to check the response. If the response.data.status is not equal to OK, in that case we are going to throw an exception. Here we are going to handle the successful case, but we will come back to it later. We need to change this into payload instead of using email and password. So let us try it. I'm going to give a wrong username and password, and let us see what happens when we do that. Well, we have our first call, which is the sanctum call, and then we get this 422 error. But since we're throwing an exception, we get this message that user cannot be authenticated. So that seems to be working fine. Now over here, we need to handle for the condition when the user has provided the correct credentials. In that case, we need to update our state. We need to set our set authenticated flag as well as store the user data in the user state. Now we know that we can get the user data using this API call. We are already fetching the user data using this API call on the dashboard page. So I'm going to move this API call into the Vuex and read the data. I'm going to format the code inside the promise and remove everything. And also we are going to have a catch block. I'm going to change this dispatch to commit. And now within our promise, we know that when this returns a successful message, we need to commit our mutation. First of all, we are going to commit our set user mutation, and the payload we can pass as the response that we have got from our API call. And same way, I'm going to commit our set authenticated mutation, and there we just need to pass a true flag as our payload. And within our catch block, if for some reason our API call fails, we are again going to commit both the mutations, but this time with the null value for the set user and a false flag for the set authenticated mutation. And now in our sign in view, what we are going to do is we are going to redirect to the dashboard page when the user is authenticated successfully. Well, we can easily do that using this router push and then the name of the route, which is dashboard. And with that, we have successfully saved the data to our Vuex store. In our last video, we saw how we used Vuex to store the user data after authentication. So let us see what happens when we log in. I'm giving correct credentials. So now when we log in, we are going to have one AJAX call for the sanctum. Then we will have the API call for the authentication. And then finally, we are going to have this API call to get the user data. And then we would be redirected to the dashboard. So let us see all of that in action. I'm opening my this network tab. When I click on sign in, we see that we are not only redirected to the user, we also have this user detail coming over here. However, we see that now we are still making two API calls. First of this API call is from the Vuex, and the second API call is within the mounted method of the dashboard. Well, we would like to avoid it. We would instead want to read this data from the Vuex. So let us see how we can do that. We've already seen how mutations and actions work within the Vuex. Now it is time to see how we can get the data from our Vuex store. So that is very simple. Within this mounted method, instead of making this API call, I'm just going to fetch the user using this store state and then the name of the getter, which in this case is user. One thing that I did miss in the last video is that I forgot to have the await keyword over here. If we do not have this await keyword over here, our sign in method is not going to wait and it is just going to redirect before we had a chance to commit our mutations. So now that we have this await keyword, let us see the login functionality again. So now if we log in, we are redirected to the dashboard. We also have the user detail. However, now if we look into our network tab, we see that we are only having one user call. So that means we are reading the data from the store. And now if we go from dashboard and back to dashboard, this data is again being read from the UX itself. Now the other thing we see over here is even though we are logged in, these links are still showing. We should remove the login link when the user is authenticated. So let us see how we can do that. I'm going to go to our header.view, and here we do not have the script tag, but I'm going to include it now. And within this, I'll have a methods. And we just need to check if the user is authenticated or not. If the user is authenticated, which means that this value is true, then we need to hide the login method. Otherwise, we need to hide the other method. So I'm just going to create this authenticated method over here, and it will just return this dot store dot state dot authenticated. And now I need to use this method. The user is authenticated. Same thing we are going to do in projects as well as logout. On the login method, we will just check the inverse of it. So now if I reload it and go to the login page, we see that we have only login link showing. And now if I log in, I'm redirected to the dashboard page, and now we have the other three links showing. The login is hidden and the other two are showing correctly. So this is how we can use the data from the Vuex to change the navigation link. Now currently we have this as a method, so it is being called for each of these menu. I can instead change this into a computed property. Now the way computed property works is that view internally is only going to call it once. So it is going to cache it. So a computed property is a better way to handle it instead of the method. So I can even remove this parenthesis, and this is still going to work the way it was working. Now let us go to our login page again. Login using the credentials, and this is still working correctly. However, behind the scene it is much more efficient. Now another thing that we see is that this authenticated method is just a proxy for our authenticated getter in our store. So there is a better way to handle it. Instead of repeating this code here, what I can do is I can import map getters from Vuex, and then I can use map getters, which would take an array with all the methods that I want to map. So currently I'm only interested in the authenticated method, so I'm just going to use that. What this will do is internally when I check for this authenticated, since I'm using this map getter for the with the authenticated method passed, it is internally going to call this authenticated method and and run this method. So this way I do not need to repeat my code. So map getters are an efficient way to call any getters from the view store. We can even do this similar change in here. And first of all, I'm going to import map getters from Vuex, and I can remove all these things. And again, I am going to use a computed property for the user, and here I'm going to use map getters, which would be a method, and this time I'm going to pass user. I do not need the set authenticated method. I only need the user property. This should come in a single quotes, and so should be this one because these are array values. So now let us test this, and there we go. The user is still available in the dashboard template, but now we are using the map getters to fetch that user from our UX store. We have this anchor link set up for the logout, and on this anchor link I'm going to call the click method. So this is a view property. So what we are setting is whenever this button is clicked, I want to call handle logout, and this would be a method handle logout. I'm going to make it async, and here I'm going to call action from the vuex, this dot store dot dispatch, and I'm going to call it logout. And when this action is run, I want to redirect to login page, which is named as login. All right, so let us create this logout action in our store. This would take a commit because we want to commit the mutation. This would be similar to this. Instead of get, it would be post, and it would be API logout. And in both the cases, I'm just going to set the user and the authenticated flag to null. So let us test this out, and then I'm going to log in, and then I'm going to click on the logout. At the click of the logout, I'm redirected back to the login. Now if I go to the dashboard manually, we see that the view store is empty. So that means the user has been in. So that means in the view store, both the authenticated flag as well as the user array have been set to null. So even though our functionality is working fine, we see that a user can still go to the dashboard page even though the menu is appearing correctly. Well, we need to avoid this. So let us see what we can do. In our routes file, what we can do is we can have this meta fields for each component. So I'm going to have this meta field, and I'm going to define a new property auth requires true. So what I'm basically suggesting over here that this both these routes In order to access these routes, the auth should be true. This is our own property. We can name it anything that we want. Now router has a before each property which takes three parameters: to, from, and next. To is where we are currently, and in fact 2 is where we want to redirect to. From is the current, and next is just a method which should always be called if we want to continue the execution of the route. So treat it like a middleware that we have in Laravel. So here we are going to check if the page where user is redirecting to, if it requires auth, and then we are going to check if the user is authenticated. So this is the code. Here we are checking if the page requires auth, and then if the user is not authenticated, then we redirect the user to the login page. This should be login. Else we let it go wherever it was going. And if that page does not require authentication, then also we call this next method so as to not stop the execution of the code. We also need to import the store from the store index. Now if we reload, we are redirected back to the login page. So this is how auth guards work in the Vue.js. So if I log in again, now we see that data is being read correctly from the dashboard page. Now one thing that I haven't discussed but you might have noticed, that if I reload this page, we are always redirected back to the login page. Well, this happens because the data which is stored in the Vuex, it vanishes whenever we are doing a page reload. So how we can handle this? Well, there are multiple ways to handle this. But what I'm going to do is that here, before the app is reloaded, I'm going to make a call to this to the server to fetch the user, and if the user is returned, that means that the user is authenticated. So before anything is loaded, I would need to make this API call to this endpoint so as to make sure if the user is authenticated or not. So I'm going to make a change to this method. I would be creating a new method called getUser, and this would take a commit, and I'm going to cut this and paste over here, and here I need to call this dispatch get user. And instead of commit, I can use dispatch over here. And now I need to call this user before our app is loaded. So I will use store.dispatch.getUser, and then within the promise, I'm going to load this app. So now what happens is every time our app is loaded for the first time, we will have a API call to the get user, and that would check if the user is authenticated or not, and then that would set this state properties which we are then using inside our app. So let us do that. Let us go to the dashboard page, and you would notice that we will first of all have this API call, and there we go. Since this API call returned the user, the menu was set accordingly. So now even if I reload, everything should be working fine. And if I log out and then try to go to the dashboard, I'm redirected back to the login page because now the user is no longer authenticated. One last thing that I wanted to do over here is that if we are logged in, and now if we go to the home page, which is also the login page, we should not be seeing this login page. We should instead be redirected to the dashboard. So let's see that. I will import map getter from the Vuex, and here within we are going to have a computed property where I'm going to call those map getters, and I'm only interested in the authenticated. And here within the mounted method, which is basically like the constructor in the PHP, I'm going to check if this is authenticated. Then we should redirect to the dashboard. This should in fact be a method. And now if I reload it, I'm redirected back to the dashboard because the user is still authenticated according to our Vuex store. So in this video, we implemented the logout functionality. We checked how guards work in the view, and we even saw how we can restore the view data when a page is when the browser is reloaded completely. So we covered a lot of things in this video. Hope you enjoyed this one. See you in the next. So far in our application, we have installed Vue, Tailwind, Router, Vuex. Now everything that we have done so far, you would need to do it for every app that you are going to create. These all functionalities are the basics of every app. Login, managing the user state via Vuex, auth card, changing the navigation based upon the authenticated state. These are the functionality that every app is going to have, and you would need to do it for every app that you create. Now next few lessons are going to focus on our specific app. We are going to have a dashboard page, and then we are going to have a projects listing page where we are going to add, edit, and delete our project as well as the tasks associated with them. These all these functionalities specific to our app itself. However, the things that we have done previously, they would be specific to the every app that you create. So now that you have got a good understanding as well as the good foundation for your Vue app, let's continue further. On the dashboard page, we don't have much to display. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to display the username and email and then some dummy text. So let us do it. Well, I'm going to remove, let's keep it here. Okay, I'm going to give it a class of padding 4, margin 4, and a background color of white with rounded borders, as well as a class of flex. All right, now what I'm going to do is I will obviously have a dashboard h1 with a dashboard, And then I'm going to have a p tag with a margin top of 4, where I'm going to display hello. I think I do have the username. Yeah, that's right. So I'll display hello user.name. Welcome to the dashboard. And then I'm going to display you have registered with the email user.email. And then I'm going to have some lorem ipsum text. And there we go. Let's see how it looks. Well, I would need another div over here because I've given flex class. I need to wrap it like this. I can remove this user tag and I could wrap it up like this. And now if I reload, and that is our dashboard. I'm just going to make changes to the style of this dashboard, and I'm going to give it a class of text to Excel and text gray of 700, and also this email I'm going to give it a class of font bold, and this email I'm going to make it italic, let us see how it looks. And there we go. We have a dashboard page with the name and the email of the user. Alright, in the next video we will work on our project screen. So this is our project screen. Let's fetch all the projects related to the authenticated user in this component. So currently this is the projects view component and it only has a template. First of all, let's create the script tag, and here I'm going to create a data method, and this data would have projects which would initially be an array. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to populate the projects as soon as the component is mounted. We can do so using axios.get, and we know the URL is api/projects. Then we are going to have the response, which we are going to assign to this dot project is equal to response dot data. In case you're wondering why we are having two data, one of the data is coming from our API call. The second one is inserted by the Axios. So let me show you. I'm going to just do a console log res, and now if I reload it, we see we have this project which has the data. However, if I check the console, we see that this data is in fact present in another data. So this is done by Axios. It wraps up the response with various keys and all. So we see that the response is wrapped up in the data key. So this is the first data, and within that we have our data which has the projects. So even though our API only contains the data once, we need to use it twice to fetch the actual project. All right, let us do one thing. I'm just going to dump all the projects over here, and let us reload it. And there we go, all the projects have been populated after that Ajax call. So let us work on displaying these projects in a table form. So again, like we did for the dashboard, I'm going to copy this one. We'll have a class with padding 4 and margin 4 with background white and flex. And here I'm going to have again similar. We're going to have a div. I'm going to give this flex call, and the table I want justify center. I'll give it a flex class as well. And here I will have a table with a class of table auto and justify center again. And then I'm going to have this table head. And here I'm going to display all the projects. Now what we need to do is that we need to loop through all the projects. Well, I need to wrap each loop in a tr. So I'm going to use tr, and then I will have a v4 class where I will write project in projects. So way this work is, v4 is obviously a view directive. So where this project in projects work is similar to the like in PHP we will have dollar projects as $p dollar project. So this project is this project. So here instead of as we have in v4, the rest of the things remains similar. So for each of the tr, what we need to do is we need to have a td, and there we are going to display project.id, name, task count, and this would just be actions. And we also need to have a unique key for each loop, which we can use project id. If we reload it, well, there seems to be some issue. Okay, we've closed the table tag a bit earlier. Now if I reload it, we have some CSS issue, but overall it seems to be working fine. So we are successfully able to display all the projects in our project component. In our next video, we are going to improve it further. In our last video, we worked on the project listing and we were able to successfully display the projects by fetching them using our API call. I've included these classes for the TD tag, which is same as the classes for the TH tag. So now our listing is looking like this. Now it is always a good practice to move this tr tag into its own component instead of using the same component. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a child component which would display each of this tr tag. So let us create a new view file, and I'm going to call it project item.view, and this will have a template tag which would display the tr, and I'm going to remove this v4 as well as this key. This is just going to display the detail like this. This project we would be passing from the projects.view. Now since we would be passing this project from the parent component, we need to tell view that this is going to receive the project. Well, for that we need the script tag, and anything which is received from the parent to the child component, it needs to be specified in the props property. We haven't discussed this before. So we will have a props property, and here we are going to tell view that this component is going to accept the project as a property from the parent component. So let us use this project item component in our projects. For that we are going to import project item from project item view, and as we know we need to specify this in the components property. That project item is the component which would be used by projects component. So here instead of this tr tag, I'm going to remove this tds, and instead of this tr tag I can use our project item tag. Remember, as we have discussed before, we can use this syntax as well as project item like this, but I'm going to be using this syntax, and we are going to close this tag, and rest everything would remain same. The only thing is that we need to pass the project to this project item. So anything that we need to pass can be passed using this colon keyword, and then the name of the key and the value. So remember, this name before the colon should match this props name. This should be props, and that was a typo. So this should match this. I forgot a comma over here. We also need to have this slash over here. And now if I reload it, it is still working fine. However, now the actual listing is coming from the project item component instead of the projects component. So with that, we have successfully created our first child component and also passed props to it using the props keyword. Now within the action, we are going to have a few buttons. I'm going to have the view and the delete button. So let's create them. And there we have those buttons, but we need to apply some Tailwind classes to it. So I'm going to give this a color of 500, and I'm going to make this rounded with the text color of white, px of 3 and py of 2, and on hover I want the color of gray 700. For delete we will have similar class. However, instead of gray I'm going to do a red, and I also will give a margin right of 2 to both of them. Now if I reload, this is our view. And another thing that we would like to do is we would like to have a add project button over here, and we are going to do that in the projects.view. Again, I'm going to give it a class of flex and justify between, and I'm going to have a button. I'm going to copy this and use the same button over here, and this would be add project. I'm going to increase the margin right to 6. Now if I reload it, there we go. We now have a project listing with the add, view and delete button. So in the next video we are going to work on this view button, which would display the detail of a project. In our last video we worked on the project listing screen. We saw how we can create a child component and pass a property to it using the props keyword. In this video we are going to work on the view functionality. So we are going to create a detail page. Now before we create a detail page, we would of course need to create a component for it, and I'm going to create that component within our projects folder, and I'm going to call it project detail.view. This would of course have a template, and here I'm for the time being just going to have a div with project detail. Alright, so now the first thing that we need to do is we need to create a route for it. Well, this route would be very similar to the other routes that we have created. First of all, I'll import this project detail component from this project detail location, and then I'll create a path. Now this path would have a project followed by the ID, just like we have in Laravel. We will have a same structure. We will have a dynamic ID. Now in Laravel we know that when we define a route, we define the dynamic parameter like something like this. In Vue we can do using the colon keyword. So whenever it sees anything in the URL after projects, it is going to assign it to the ID keyword. And we want this to be handled by the project detail component. And I will also name it project-detail. This of course requires the meta tag. And I'm going to pass another tag, which would be a props. And I'm going to assign it a true value. Now what it would do is that whatever data that is being passed dynamically, like this ID, it would assign that to the component as a property so that we can access it easily. Otherwise we would have to access it manually using the router. So this is a convenient way, and now since this is being passed as a property, we can have this props keyword and say that ID is being passed over here, and then we can display that ID within the template. Alright, now if I go to, let's say, projects/1, we should see the project detail component, and there we go. That is working fine. However, what we would like to do is we would like to link this button to the project detail button. So we know how to do that. We have already done this in our header. There we go. The same way we are going to do this in the project item view. So this would be a router link, and then we need to specify this 2. This 2 would be an object, and that would take the name of the route, which is project detail. However, the project detail also need a dynamic parameter id. Well, we can pass that using the params keyword, which would again take an object, and there we can pass id as, the id is project.id. This way we can create a router view and then close it over here. This should in fact be router link instead of router view. And now if I reload it, click on it, and we see that I'm taken to the project detail page. So that is working fine. In the next video, we are going to fetch the detail of this project using the API and display the project details as well as the tasks details. In the previous video, we were successfully able to link project and the project detail component. Now let us work on the display of the project detail component in this video. So what we are going to do is, again within the mounted method, we are going to fetch the details of the project using our API call. So for that, we need a property in our component. We'll call it project, and this would be empty initially. And here within the mounted method, we're going to call axios.get API projects. And then we need to pass the ID, and remember the ID is present in the props, and the props can be accessed same way as we would access the data, which would be using this.id. And then we wait for the response, and once we get it, we assign it to this project using response.data.data. I'm going to display it over here for the time being. So let us test this. I'll reload it, and there we go. It takes a bit of time, and then the project details are being displayed. So let us work on the design of this one. This is going to be very similar to the projects.view. Again, I'll copy this one over here and display that like this. Project detail, we'll call that ID, and instead of add project, we'll have a delete project, which we will implement later on. And here I'm going to display the project detail. However, I only want to display it once the data is being fetched. So I'm going to do a div with vif, and I'm just going to check if project.id is greater than 0. If that is the case, that means the API call has returned the data correctly. And here I will have a div with class flex, and within this I will have a div with the width of 1/6 and a padding of 2, and another div with a width of half and a padding of 2 again. I'll create another div with the background color of 400 and a text gray of 700. I'll give it a padding of 2, and I'll assign the text as left. Here I'll display the project name as a heading or as a label, and here I would display the actual project name. Let us see how it looks. And there we go. We have some extra curly braces, but overall it is looking fine. I'll give it a class with the padding top of 6, and that looks better. I'll define another div like this, which would display the created date, and another div which would display the updated date. Let's check it now, and that looks fine. And now I want to display the tasks of this project. However, again, I only want to display the task if the project.tasks.length is greater than 0. I'll again give it the class of m by 4, and for the time being I'm just going to display the JSON like this. So if I reload it, so these are all the tasks which are related to this project. So in order to display these tasks, I would create a child component which would handle the display of individual tasks. So just like we created this project item, we are going to create a task item which would be responsible for displaying the individual task. So again, I'm going to create a new file and call it task item.view, and this would have a template where I would display task item component, and we know that this would take a props property, and we are going to pass task to it, and the same task we are going to display over here. So let's go to our project detail component and import this task item. And again, we specify a components property which would hold this task item. And then over here, we can display the task item. This would again be a v4, and we'll say task in project.tasks. And we need to give it a key which should be unique, and that would be task.id. And then we need to pass the task to the child component. We can do so like this. So let us reload it. Yeah, I mean, it is working fine, although it is a bit difficult to see. So let us work on the HTML of the task item component. We would have a div with the margin bottom of 2, padding of 2. We'll have a background color of gray 300, and this would be a grid with 3 columns, and each div would be a class of flex and item center. First of all, we're going to have task name, and then we are going to have due date, and this would have some actions which we would soon see. If I reload it now, well, this is not working because I have a typo over here. This should be task. Now if I reload it, there we go. We have the task name, and we also have a due date when it is present, and then we have actions. This due date, I'm going to give them justify center, so let's justify center to this one. Again, we'll have a couple of buttons. I'm going to copy this one, and for actions we will have edit, which would be, let's say, orange, and delete. Yeah, and this is looking nice. Another thing we can do is that when the task have a due date, we know that when a task have a due date, they have a priority of high. So we can dynamically set a class for it. We can do so using class. This would be an object, and it would take the first parameter, which would be a gray of 600, and then next would be the condition. So when the task dot priority is high, I want to apply this class. So if I reload it, there we go. Now this one has a darker shade to it, so as to recognize tasks with higher priority. We seem to be missing task heading, so we can do that in the project detail. I'll do it over here. H2 tasks. I would give it a class of text to Excel and text gray of 600. And I would also give it a margin bottom of 4, and that should be it. And there we go. We have our project detail page implemented completely. We are not only fetching the project details, we are also displaying the list of tasks which are associated with that project, and we have created another component for displaying the list of tasks. In this video, we are going to implement delete functionality of the project. Now this is going to be very simple. We have this button. What we need to do is we need to fire an event on the click of this button, and after we get a successful response, we are going to redirect back to the project's listing page. So let us do that. Over here we are going to have a click method, and we are going to call it delete project. This is the method that we need to create. So I'm going to create it within the methods delete project, and this is going to be Axios delete call, and we are going to have API projects, and similar to what we have over here, we are going to have same thing over here, this .id, and then we are going to wait for the response, and after we get the response we would redirect back to the projects listing page. Let us test this one. I would reload it, and this is the project with the ID 5. When I click on this delete, and we are redirected back to the project listing page, and I see that ID, the project ID with ID equal to 5 is no longer there. So that is working fine. However, we also have a delete button over here. This button is present inside the project item. So we need to have the same functionality over here as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm again going to have that click method on it, and I'm going to call it delete project again, and I'm also going to pass it project.id. Then I would create this method delete project, which would take an id, and then I can simply copy this and paste it over here. This would become id. Now here we have a issue. Now when we were on the detail page, we redirected back to the project listing page. However, now we are already on the project listing page, and this code would have no effect because you will see that since we are already on the projects page, this wouldn't work. So how we can tackle this scenario? Now this delete button is in the project item component, and the listing is handled by the projects component. We need to find a way so as to fetch the projects again whenever the delete functionality is called. So in fact, we need to have a communication from child component to parent component. We have already seen how we can pass data from parent to child component using this props keyword. Now we need to find a way to pass data from child component to the parent component. We can do so by emitting an event from child component to parent component. So let us see how we can do that. Well, we would emit an event over here using this emit, and we are going to give it a name, and I'll call it project deleted, like this. So now in the parent component we need to listen to this event. So how we can do that? So here where we are calling the child component, we can listen to any event using the @ method. So we are going to do @project deleted, and then we can call anything. So here what we need to do is we need to fetch all the projects. So here we will do some refactoring of the code. I'll create a method and I'll call it fetch projects, and I'll move this code from here to here, and within the mounted method I am going to call this dot fetch projects. And same way, when this event project deleted event is fired, I'm going to call this fetch projects again, so that it is going to fetch the projects from the API and re-render the listing again. So let us see if it is working or not. I'm going to reload it, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the dev console, and here I'm going to delete the project with ID 6. I click on delete, and we see that we get in status OK, and then the project listing was fired again, and we see that the project with ID 6 is now gone. So this is how you can emit an event from the child to the parent component and have them communicate with each other. So with that, our delete project functionality is complete. We had this functionality at the two places, and both of them have been implemented. So hope you have enjoyed this video. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we are going to work on the add project functionality, which is linked to this particular button. So what I want is when I click on this add project button, I want to open up a form over here itself above this table, and then when a user click on add, I want to reload this listing. So let's see how we can do that. First of all, I would have another div over here. I'm going to give it a class of flex and justify center, and this would show us the add form. However, I only want to display it when this add project is clicked. So I'm going to create another property over here, and this would be show form, which by default would be false. So I'm only going to show it. I'm going to use the vShow directive when the show form is true. And on the click of this button, I'm going to change show form equal to true. I could have created a method for it, but for small things like this, you can also do it inline like this. So now if I reload it, click on this add project, we see that we have this text coming. So let us create the form. Well, I would create a separate component which would show us this form. So let's do that. I'm going to create a new file and call it projectform.view, and here I'm going to have a template, and this will have a div with show project form, and then I'm going to import the project form from the project form.view, and I'll use it inside the components. And over here I would simply use project form like this. So let me reload it, and now if I click on add project, this show project form is now coming project form. So let us build our form over here. Now I've copy pasted a Tailwind inline form, which if we go to our screen looks like this. So let us hook this one, and let's see what we can do. First of all, we're going to create a script tag, and we would need a data for this component. We would need a field for the project name, and we'll also need some sort of error message to handle the validation. We're going to bind this to the name, and this invalid form that is coming, this would be error message, and this would be only shown if error message dot length is greater than 0. Next, we need to hook up this add and cancel button. Now let us work on the cancel button. So at the click of it, I'm going to call cancel form. This would be a method that I'm going to create. And what it would do is it would set the name to empty, as well as error message to empty. And then we need to emit an event to the parent component so as to close this form. I'm going to emit, and I'm going to call it cancel form, and I could read it over here like cancel form, and when that is done, I want to change the show form flag to false. So let us test this one before we move further. So click on add, and when I click on cancel, that event is fired and the form is hidden again. Alright, Now let's work on this add button, and this is actually a submit button. So I'll go to this form and I'll do a submit. I want to prevent the submit of the form and I want to handle it using this handle submit method, which I am going to create over here. So what we need to do over here? Well, we need to make an API call, and then we also need to handle the validation. Since this would be an API, I'm going to change it to async, and then I will have a constant response which would come from axios dot. This is going to be a put call. In fact, this is going to be a post call, and it would go to API projects, and then we need to pass the data, which is just name, and we can fetch the name using this dot name. I'll put it in a try catch block whenever the exception is thrown. Now our form is very simple. We know that we only have one field to validate, and so any error is only going to be present in response.error.name. Going to be an array, so I'm going to pick the first key from it and then going to check its length. If it is greater than 0, I'm going to assign this error message this value. However, if the response.data.status is equal to OK, I again want to emit an event which says project edit, and I would also like to make the name and error message as empty, and we can handle this project edit event over here. Again, what we need to do is we need to fetch all the projects, so I'm just going to call this fetch projects. And what we can also do over here is change this show form to false. So whenever the project is fetched, we close the form in case it is open. So let us test this one out. I'm going to add a project without anything. Well, there seems to be an error. This is because this should read from the exception. And now if I reload it, now let us test this again. New project name. If I click on add, we see that it is now coming at the bottom. So in this video, we implemented the add project functionality. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we are going to work on edit project functionality. We will have an edit button over here, and when you click on it, a form would open up over here, just like we did for the add project. So let's work on it. First of all, on the project detail page, I am going to have a edit button. I'll have it at the top. I would give it in orange and orange red. And at the click of it, I'm going to again set this variable to true, show form. We'll define it over that flag over here. It is by default false. And just like we did in case of add form, I'm going to have form displayed over here. I'm going to call it project edit form, and I'll soon define it. I'll remove this one for the time being, and I'll also have another flag over here, if. I only want to show it if the project.id is greater than 0. All right, so let us define this component. I'm going to call it project edit form dot view, and it is going to be very similar to the project form. I'm going to copy that and paste. This would be save or edit. This would take a project as the property. So over here I'm going to have this props field, which will have the project, and instead of binding this to the vModel name, we can bind it to project.name. Let us see how this one looks. With this edit button, it should first of all be, I'm going to wrap this in another div. All right, I also need to import this form. I'm going to call it project edit form, and include it over here. Now let's reload it, and when I click on edit, I have this form opening up over here, and we see that it is also having the name populated using the vModel property. However, this would lead to some issues. If I update it, we see that this name is also getting updated as I type over here, which is expected because it is a two-way binding. However, this leads to issue over here because if I click on cancel, this name stays as it is even though user has not saved it. So we do not uh, need this two-way binding in this case, even though it might be desirable in some other scenarios. So we need to find some other way. So what I'm going to do is, instead of using this project.name, I'm going to define a new property. I already have a name property over here, but for the sake of convenience, I'm going to change it to project name here as well as here, and I'm going to assign this a default value of this dot project dot name. Now let us see what happens when I click on, when I reload our browser, click on it, the name is populated correctly. However, now if I make changes over here, it does not get reflected over here. It does not get reflected in the main component. So this is one way to avoid the two-way binding. Do remember that this behavior might be desirable in some circumstances. However, for this scenario, it wasn't desirable. So that's why we had to create a new property, which is different from this one. So all right, now if I click on cancel, that thing is working fine. We need to handle this save functionality. So this would be put, and we would also need to pass the ID, which is going to be this dot project.id. This name would be project name, and everything else is going to be same. This method is going to be the project edited, and then I'm going to handle that in the parent project edited. And what we need to do is we need to fetch project in this case again. So I'm going to create that method fetch project, and cut it from here to here, and in the mounted I'm going to call this fetch project. So I think this should work fine. Let us reload it. We're going to save it first of all some other value. This should throw a validation error, and there we go. And now if I click on updated project, click on save, we see that name was updated over here. However, our form didn't close. Well, we can fix it by setting this show form equal to false over here. Let's try it again. I'm going to call it project updated, save it, and now the name has been updated over here, and our form is also closed. So with that, our edit functionality is completed. However, if you have noticed, we are fetching the detail of the project over here. However, when we made this put call, the same response was returned from this call as well. So we are kind of duplicating that project detail call, which isn't very efficient. In the later sections, we will see another way to implement this so that this code is. Hello. In this and the upcoming videos, we are going to work on the add, edit, and delete functionality for the tasks. Now we did implemented add, edit, and delete functionality for the projects, but this time for tasks we are going to follow a slightly different approach. I will discuss each one of them as we move along. So first of all, let's work on this delete functionality for the task. We already implemented the delete functionality of the project, not this one, but the other one on the listing page. We deleted a project in the child component, we fired an Ajax call, and then we emitted an event to the parent component, and then parent component re-rendered the listing of the projects by firing another Ajax call. So this time we are going to follow a slightly different approach. Let's see what we will do. So first of all, we will go to this delete button over here, and at the click of it, instead of firing the delete task Ajax call over here, I'm going to emit an event, and that would be of course delete task, and of course I need to pass the task ID. So I'm not deleting the task over here. I am instead emitting an event delete task. So the delete task will be handled in the project detail component. Here if I come down, here we have this task item. So here I need to listen to the delete task event, and on the click of it I need to call delete task. Now we did pass a parameter which was the task ID. However, we do not need to pass that parameter over here. We can simply handle it over here and pass the ID like this. So Vue is going to manage this internally on its own. So this delete task is going to be very similar to this delete project. I'm just going to copy it. This would be tasks and this would be ID. So now instead of fetching the project again, I can do this fetch project, and that would work fine. However, we can make the UI experience far better if we just remove the task via JavaScript. So we remember all the tasks are stored in this project.tasks. So if we remove that particular task from the JavaScript array, the list would be automatically updated. So let's see how we can do that. Well, if you are aware of the JavaScript, this is very easy. First of all, we need to find the index. We could do so using this project dot task. Then we have a map function, and here we are fetching all the IDs. And now on those IDs, we are just fetching index of. We know that we need to delete the task with this ID, so we are just fetching the index of that ID. So this is going to give us an array of all the IDs, and this index of method is going to find the index of that particular ID. Now that we have the index, we can use this project.tasks.splice index and then remove one element. So this way we do not need to call fetch project again. We know that since the task has been deleted, we can simply remove it from the array. This should be project instead of projects, so should be this one. Let's reload it. And now when I click on delete for this second task, let's see what happens. And there it is deleted instantaneously as soon as that delete task is finished. We are not refreshing the whole page. So this is a much better way of deleting a task from the list. It gives better UI experience to the user. In the next video, we are going to work on add project. Thank you. Hello. In this video, we are going to work on add task functionality. We will have a add task button over here. Clicking on which will open up a form. Now for the project add form, we created a different component. For this task form, I'm just going to create the form in the same component. And when the task is added, again, like we did in the delete project, instead of fetching the whole project again, I'm just going to push the newly created task into this list using JavaScript. So let us begin on it. This is my project detail, and over here I'm going to move this into a div with class of flex and justify between. I'm going to close this div over here, and here I'm going to have a button. Let me get that button from project. Yeah, that's one. And I'll have this button which would be add task. And instead of using this show form, I think we already have this show form. I'm going to create another flag, show task form, which would be by default false. And for the task, we need the name, and we also need the project ID. The project ID is going to be this.project.id. We can also use this.id. And for showing the error, we are going to have error. That's a task error message, which would be empty by default. So now that we have defined all these properties, let's define our form over here. I'm going to copy this one. And this would be show task form. And since we are not creating a new component, we are handling everything over here. I'm going to open this project form and copy the HTML. Let's make changes in this one. We will have a name which would be tied to task.name, and this error message would be task error message, like this. We have an add and cancel button. So on this cancel form, what we are going to do is we just need to set this task form to false, and we can also set this task error message to empty. And then I think we have this handle submit, which we can refer to as handle task submit. And this is again going to be very similar to this one with some changes. First of all, this is going to be async, and we are adding a task. So this would take this dot task. Within this task, we have already defined the name as well as the project ID. We will handle the date functionality later on. And over here, we do not need to omit anything. We can set the same thing over here, like this. And now we know that the response of this call is the actual task. So just like we did for the delete task over here, we removed the task from this project tasks. This time we need to add to this array. So which is very simple. This dot project dot task dot push, and we want to push response dot data dot data. That is it. Again, we could have used this fetch project over here, but that would have added to the complexity. I'm going to reload it, and we have add task. Well, let us first of all fix. I'm going to change this red to blue, and this should be show task form. So instead, I will create a new method add task and define it over here. So this should be show task form equal to true, and this task dot name is equal to empty, and this task dot error message is empty as well. So now let's reload it. I should also have a padding. I should also have a margin bottom of 6 over here. Alright, now when I click on add task, I have this form over here. I also need to change this to task error message. Let's check this now. If I click on add task and click on add, I get the validation that name field is required. Then I add a new task from SPA, and when I add it, it should show somewhere over here. And there we go. As soon as the task was added, it was displayed at the bottom. So again, this is much better than our previous example where we had to reload our whole page on adding the project. However, one issue over here is that everything is written into this project detail component. In the later section of the course, we would look at another approach which would find the best of both the approaches that we have taken. And with that, our add tasks functionality is working correctly. So hope you have enjoyed this video. See you in the next one. Hello, in this video we are going to work on edit task functionality. Now again we are going to handle everything in this component itself. However, for edit I do not want to create another form. So I'm just going to use the existing form, the one that we use for add task, and use the same form to edit as well. So first of all, I'm going to go into this task item where we have this edit button. So just like we did for the delete button, we are going to emit an event. And this would be edit task, and we are going to pass task.id. So pretty similar to what we have already done. And here within the task item, where we are listening for this, similar to how we are listening for this delete task event, we are going to listen for edit task, and I'm going to call edit task method. I'm going to add over here edit task, and this would be id. So I'm going to create another property over here, which would be task id. It would initially be 0. However, in case of edit task, I'm just going to copy same thing, and this task id would be equal to id. Another thing that we need to do is we need to fetch the actual task. We do have the id, but we need to fetch the name of the task. Again, we can do so using constant task, and we know that all the tasks are present in this array. So we're going to use the filter method, and we are going to check if id is equal to task id, then we have our task. And then instead of setting the task name as empty, we can set to task. This is an array with name. So let us test this one. If I click on edit, we see that our form has opened and it already has the whole task. We can convert it into a text area or something, but for the time being I would keep it as it is. So this thing is working fine. So next what we need to do is, when we click this add button, you can even change this add button to save button when the task id is greater than 0, but I would leave it as it is for now because that is something that is not very trivial. So now what we need to do is, when we click on this add or submit button, if this task id is greater than 0, then we need to make a put request to update the task. However, if it is equal to 0, we can continue making this post request to add a task. So I'm going to have this if condition over here. If this task id is greater than 0, then we need a put call, otherwise we would go for this post call itself. So let us work on that put call. This would be api.task and id would be this dot task id. And now over here, instead of pushing the data that we have got, we need to do something similar that we did over here. I'm just going to copy it, and over here what I'm going to do is, first of all I'm going to get the index. This time we need to get the index of this dot task id. Splice also take a third parameter, which would be response.data.data. What this would do is, it would remove the value at this index and replace it with this one. So let us test this out. I'm going to reload it. If I click on edit, And I'm going to change this to update task, and there we go. The task was updated correctly, and it was also updated in the list instantaneously. So with that, our add, edit, and delete functionality of the task have been completed. You might have seen we followed a slightly different approach to when we implemented similar functionality for the projects. So that brings us to the end of this section. It was quite a lengthy section. We started from implementing Vue and Tailwind, then we installed Router and Vuex, and then we implemented add, edit, delete functionality for the projects as well as the task. At this stage, you would have a very good idea as to how Vue fits in within the Laravel and how you can communicate between different components and create a single page application using all these functionalities. However, there are still a lot of things that we haven't covered. Like for starter, we haven't implemented the pagination functionality in the projects. Within the task, we haven't looked at the date picker. We haven't had a look at the upload file functionality. We have our animation missing, and the user does not get any feedback when an Ajax call is completed or not. However, they are very important from the user point of view. So in our next section, we are going to look at all such functionalities, and as we did in case of our Laravel app, we are going to move our view one level above. So I hope you have enjoyed this whole section. I look forward to see you in the next section very soon. I've got a brand new installation of Laravel installed on my system. Let us install Livewire in our project. We can install Livewire using this command. This is going to take some time. And now that Livewire has been installed, let us set it up in our next video so that we can start using it. Hello. In our last video, we installed Livewire into our project. Now I've created a route over here. It is a simple route which just returns a view. And if we go to that view, we have a heading and it extends the layouts.app. And if we go to that layout, well, I have installed CSS, Tailwind CSS at the top. And then we have these three sections, header, main, and footer, which contains some Tailwind CSS classes. And within the main section, we are yielding this content. Now, in order to make sure that Livewire works on Laravel, we need to include two directives at the top. First one is Livewire styles, and the second one is Livewire scripts. Now, these two must be present on every page where we plan to use Livewire components. So it is best to include them in the layout. Now that our layout is ready, in the next video, we are going to create our first Livewire component. Hello, now it's time to create our first Livewire component. If we go to our command line and do php artisan list, well, you would see a section for Livewire, and it has various commands. What we are interested in is Livewire make, and it will create a new Livewire component. So let us check the help for it. And turns out it only accepts a single argument with name. Rest all are optional. So let's create our first component, php artisan. Remember, we can use Livewire make, or we can even use make Livewire. both of them works in the same way. So I'm going to create my first component and I'm going to call it first component itself. Remember, you do not need to use this word component. It is not necessary, but I'm simply using it. So it is not a keyword or something. You can simply call it first, but let's stick with the first component for the time being. So it gives us a very detailed output. It tells it that it has created a class over here, and the view file is located in resources views livewire component.plate.php. And it also asks you whether you want to start the repo or not. I'm just going to press no. It is only going to ask it the very first time. So let's check out these two files. We have the livewire folder, and there we have the first component. And if you check, it has a render method which is returning this view livewire.firstComponent. This is our view file. This is how the component and view file are related. And if we go to resources views, we have a livewire folder, and within that first hyphen component.plate.php. So let us keep it simple, and what we are going to do is we are just going to write some HTML over here. This is first component, and we would also give it some Tailwind classes, a padding of 4. Alright, with that our component has been created, and if you recall, this is very similar to the plate component that we have created in our past. So how we can use this particular livewire component? Well, if we go to the view, we need to use livewire colon and then the name of the component, which in this case is first. And now if I save it and go to our browser, and there we go, we have our first component. This is the same text that we have used in our component view file. So this is how you can use the livewire. This is very similar to the plate component that we have used. In fact, you can include it multiple times as well. So if I include it second time and reload the browser, we see that it would be rendered twice. Later on, we will see that it is not the best practice to include a component twice without providing any unique key, but we can skip it for now because it is a very simple component. Now the component that we have created is a static component. Now remember, in the blade component, when we had to pass any value from the component to the view file, we used to create a public property, and that public property was available inside our view. It works the same way in livewire component as well. So let's say I want to create a button, and I'm going to give it some Tailwind classes. I want this button text to be passed from the component. So what I will do is that I will create a public property over here, and let's call it button text. And within the render method, I would assign it some value. So let's say apply. And then I can use this button text within our view file inside our curly braces. So now if I reload, we see that we have a button with the text that is now coming from the component file. Now it is also possible to include other components within this same view. So let's create our another component, and I'm just going to call it second. And now we would see that we have two files, but I'm only interested in this file, view file, and I'm just going to write this is second component, and I'm going to give it some classes. And now we can include this component over here using Livewire and the name of the component, which is second. If I reload, there we go. This is our second component. So in this video, we saw how we can create Livewire components. We can include multiple components on a single page, and we can also have multiple instances of same component on a single page. We also passed properties from component to view. Hello. At this stage, you might be wondering, what is the fuss about Livewire? It is similar to using a blade component. Everything that we have done so far can be accomplished using blade component. So let's see what we can do with Livewire that we couldn't do with the blade component. So for that, I'm going to create another component and I'm going to call it message. Again, it would create two files. First, this is message.php and the other one is the view file. So what I want to do is I want to have multiple messages. However, I want to have a active message that I would show on the front end. I would create another property $count, and within the render method I would assign this initial value of 0, and here I would use this $C to assign a unique value to active message. This should be this, and this should also be this. Alright, so now let us create a view which would display this active message, and this would be simple. We'll have an active message over here. Let us include this in our view. Now so far we have been using Livewire component as it is, but you can also wrap them in a div and give it any class. So I'm just going to wrap it and give it a padding 4 and margin top of 6, and here I would include Livewire message. If I reload it now, we get an error. That is because we need to use a $sign over here, and now if I reload it, we get our first message printed over here. Now that is very simple and similar to what we have done before. Now what I want is that I want to have a button over here. I'll give it some and what I want is that when I click on this, so if I reload it, when I click on this new message, I should get the next message. So how we can do that? Well, traditionally we would, if we were using, let's say, jQuery, we would assign it an ID and we would then check the click method of this button, and on the click method of that button we would give an ajax call, and that ajax call would then fetch the data from any controller or view in a JSON format. Then we will use the response to update this div in some way. Now we can see the amount of effort that is required in order to achieve this functionality. Well, this is where Livewire comes into play. What we are going to do is we are going to assign a click method to it. We can do so using wire click, and then we need to define a method that would be called on the click event, that is whenever this button is clicked. Now here is the cool thing. The method that we are going to define, let's call it get new message. Now this get new message, we do not need to define on the JavaScript. We can define it inside the PHP component itself. Yes, you heard it right. We can define this method in the PHP file itself. Let's create this get new message, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the count, and when I increase this count to 1, this render method will be called automatically by Livewire after this get new message has been run. So this C would increase to 1, and then instead of fetching this first message, we are going to fetch the second message, and then Livewire would re-render this component, and since now the active message contains the second message, that would be displayed over here. Let's try this out. I'm going to reload it. I'm going to click on new message, and there we go. Now our message has changed. If I click it again, we get the third message, and if I click it again, it is again going to fetch the first message. So without writing any JavaScript code, we have been able to make an AJAX call to fetch data from the server and re-render it. So how is this actually working? Well, if I open the network tab, when I click on this new message, we see that Livewire is making an AJAX call, and if we check the headers, we see that it is passing a lot of values, and within the response as well, we are getting a lot of things. So this is all the internal working of the Livewire. You do not need to get into the detail of it right now, but you must understand that whenever this click method is called, Livewire is going to make an AJAX request. Our code is so very simple, and Livewire is managing it internally. If you think about it, your messages can be coming from the database, so you could use this click functionality to fetch a random. So let us create another component, and I'm going to call it search component. And within the search component, we are going to have a property. Let's call it search text. And then within the view, we'll have a h2 tag which says search form. And then I'm going to have a input. I'm going to assign it some Tailwind classes, and the type would be text. Have a button, and call it search. And below that, I'm just going to display our property, which is search text, and I'll also give some CSS classes to this heading. I'm going to include this component right at the top, and now if I reload it, we have this search form over here. So what I want to do is that whenever I type into this search form, our search text property should get updated. And for the sake of convenience, I'm also displaying that search text property over here. So it would be like a two-way binding. As I type over here, this is going to get updated, and since this two are linked, this text will also be updated as I type over here. Well, in order to do that, we can use wire, then model, and then the name of the property, which is search text. So let's test this out. I'm going to reload it and I'm going to enter something, and we see that it is also getting updated over here. So that seems to be working fine. However, if we see our network tag, we see that we have a lot of AJAX requests going. So every time this input text changes, Livewire has to perform an AJAX request to update that value on the server. You might have seen something similar in Vue. However, in that case, there is no server request. Vue updates the text in the JavaScript itself. However, this is a bit different. Whenever you type something, there will be an AJAX request, and then that AJAX request, within that response, this value would be updated. So this could be a real performance issue. What we can do is we can use a debounce property, and we are going to give it a value of 500 milliseconds. So by default it is 150 milliseconds. So when I'm assigning it 500, it means that it would wait for 500 milliseconds before doing an AJAX request to update the property. So now if I type over here, you will see that it waited 500. I'm just going to redo this, and now if I check this, it only gave one AJAX request because we have given it a debounce value of 500 millisecond. So this way you can reduce the number of AJAX requests. However, if you want to go one step ahead, you can change this debounce to lazy. Now what this will do is it will only fire an AJAX request when we move the focus out of this text box. So when I'm typing find this, nothing is going to happen. As soon as I move my focus out of this text box, it is going to update it. And if I change this again, there won't be an AJAX call until I focus out. And there we go. So this lazy parameter is also very effective. And then the final thing that I'm going to discuss is defer. Now what this defer will do, if I reload it and if I change this, nothing is going to happen. This is because I have used this property defer. So what this defer does is it is waiting for some other AJAX call to happen, and that is when it is going to change this property. So let us have a click event over here, and I'm going to call it search button. And within this component, I'm going to have this search button, and this isn't going to do anything at all. It is just going to re-render the view. However, we will see that when we click the button, only then this search text property would be updated. So if I reload it, I change the value, and the moment I click on search, an AJAX call would be fired, and that AJAX call would also update the search text property. And there we go. This was the AJAX request, and our search text was updated when this search button was clicked. So this way you can drastically improve the performance by limiting the number of AJAX requests by using the defer keyword. So I've created a model post which has a title and a body column and populated this table with few records. So I want to create a Livewire component which would display a particular post. So let us see how we can do that. I'm going to create a new component and call it show post. And now I'm going to go into the component. And so far we haven't discussed, but we can pass parameter to the Livewire component. And just like we have constructor in normal PHP classes, for Livewire we can use a function which is called as mount. And over here we can assign any parameter which was passed to it. So I'm just going to create this public component post, and this would be passed as a parameter, and within the mount method I'm just going to assign this value. And if I go into the view, and I'm just going to give some text post to be displayed with ID, and currently ID is $post, and I'll give it some class like this. So let's display this show post. Well, we could have done it like this, but this show post, it expects a parameter, and we are calling that parameter post. So we need to pass it a post parameter. So we can do so using the keyword colon. So this is the parameter to be passed, and over here we will have the value to be passed. 1 is the value that I'm passing. So if I reload it, we get the contents of the component. So this would display the post with ID 1. Let us try a couple of other posts with ID 2 and 3, and if I reload it, we get the same thing. So now we have been able to pass a parameter to our Livewire component. Now so far we haven't discussed, but we could also use Livewire component to be displayed as a full page component. So we do not need to create a view and include the Livewire component within that view. We can simply display this component as a full page component. So let's see how we can do that. Well, for that, first of all, we will need to create a new route. Well, let's create a route with post, and we need to pass it post. So I'll do that using this. And now we know that we need to use this show post component. So I'll use this show post component. It would be included at the top, and here I would just use the class. So now this route is going to display this view as a full page component. However, it would not work unless we tell it the layout name. So we can do so using the keyword extends. And now if I open up this URL in the browser, we see that it is working fine. We have the header, footer, and then the Livewire component is displayed in the main component. If we check our previous component, that is still working fine. So this way you can not only display a Livewire component within a view file, you can also display it as a full page view. Alright, now let's change this component to display the contents by fetching from them from the database. So first of all, we would need to include this model, and over here, instead of assigning this to the post, we can do post find $post, and then within the view we need to display the title as well as the body of the post. So let us change this to h2, and here I will display post title. I'll give it some classes of and I'll also display post ID, just like this. So now if I reload it, this is what we get. We have the heading, we have the ID, and then we have the text. And if we go into the other page, that also seems to be working fine. We can improve this further. Remember, in the controller we used to implement route model binding where we didn't have to query this ourselves, but turns out we can do the same thing in the mount method. We just need to use the keyword prefix, and then Laravel would fetch it automatically for us, and we can then simply assign this post. So now if we reload it, everything should be still working the same way, and there we go. So in this video we created a component which interacted with our database, and we also used Livewire component to be displayed as a full page view. And in case you haven't noticed, when we use Livewire component as a full page view, we do not even need the controller. We can simply use the component to have all our logic. Hope you have enjoyed this video. See you in the next one. Well, if you have worked with Vue, you must be aware of the concept about computed properties. Well, it turns out Livewire also has the same concept of computed properties. So let us define a computed property. In order to define a computed property, you need to use the keyword get followed by the name of the property. And in this case, I'm going to create a property with total posts. And after that, you again need to use the keyword property. Remember, when we used accessor, we used a similar syntax for defining a accessor in the model. So it follows the similar concept. Now here, what I want to do is I want to get the total post in the DB. So I can return the post count. Now I can use this total posts variable in my view, and it will be cached. So that means if I call it multiple times within my view, the result would always be cached and it would only be called once. So let's see how we can use this total post property in the view. Well, what I'm going to do is, and here I'm going to display the total posts. It might not make much sense to show the total post within this component, but for the sake of example, let's do it. So here I can display the total post. Now in order to display the computed property, we need to use the keyword this. All the other public properties we were able to access as it is, but for the computed property we need to use the keyword this. Now here I can use total posts, which was the name of our method over here. So now if I reload it, we get the total posts, and same would be displayed on this page. So this is how you use a computed property in Livewire. Livewire also allows you to have the nested components. So let's see how they work. Well, I'm going to create a simple component and I'm going to call it child itself. And within this child component, we'll come later to this component. Let's go to the view file, and here we will have the text. This is child component. So I want to include this child component within this show post. So how we can do that? Well, I'm going to call Livewire, then child, and there we go. So now if I reload it, we have this text coming at the end of each post, and we will also have it over here. So this is a child component. Well, we can also pass parameter from parent to the child component. So let us say we have a public property text, and this text would be passed from the parent. So I'm going to have this in the mount method, and I will also assign it an initial value of empty, and within the mount method I'm going to assign it to the public property. And then within the child component we can use I was passed $text from the parent component. And how we can pass this text? Well, we know we can use the text with this colon keyword, and over here we can pass any value. So let's say I want to pass title. Again, it doesn't make much sense, but if I pass the title, it will show in the child component. I was passed then the title from the parent component, and same would work over here, and there we go. So this is how you can create a child component and pass parameter from the parent to the child component. Well, you can not only use Livewire to make AJAX calls, you can also use Livewire to redirect. Well, let us see how we can do that. Well, within this child component, I'll have this BR tag, and then I'm going to create a button. I'll give it some Tailwind classes, and I'll give it a name, go to homepage. And over here, I'm going to have this click method, which would say go to homepage. And I would define this method over here, and here I can simply use redirect to, and I wanted to redirect to Livewire 1, which is the name of the route that I've created. So if I now reload and click on it, I'm redirected to another page. So this is how you can use Livewire to redirect to another page. Now, not only you can redirect using Livewire, you can also show a flash message. So I'm going to have this session flash, and I'm going to call it message, and the message would be, let's say, redirected successfully. And now within the view, or within the layout, over here I would have a section to display the flash message like this. So here I am displaying the flash message, and these are some CSS Tailwind CSS classes that I've used. So now if I go to a post, click on the redirect button, and I get that flash message at the top. So this is how you can use Livewire to redirect and as well as display a flash message. Hope you have enjoyed this video. See you in the next one. So I've created this counter component which has a counter which is initially set to 0, and within the view I'm simply displaying the value of the counter. I've included this component at the top over here. So if I go to the browser, it looks like this. So what I want to do is that whenever this search button is clicked, I want to increment this counter. So remember, this search button is in this component and the counter is in this component. So we need a way for these two components to communicate with each other. Well, communication between Laravel components is very easy. If you have worked with Vue or Angular, you might have performed some similar operations where you need to communicate between parent to child or child to parent. However, it is much simpler when it comes to Livewire. There is no concept of parent or child. We have a same approach to communication between various components regardless of their hierarchy. So what I want to do is whenever this search button is clicked, I would emit an event and then I would listen for that event within this counter component and then increase the count accordingly. So let's see how we can do that. So within this search component, whenever the search button is clicked, we're calling this method. So here I have to emit an event and we can do so using this emit and then the name of the event. And I'm going to call it search button was clicked. You can name it anything that you want. And then within the counter component, we can have all our listeners over here. We will define them as a protected listeners and it would be an array. Now I'm going to keep it very simple and I'm going to define it all my listeners like this. So I'm going to name my event and listeners as same. This way I can define this method over here. So this becomes my listener and over here I just want to increase the value of the counter. Remember, if you want to have a different function for a listener, you can pass it a key value parameter. This would be your different listener name, but since we're keeping our listener name same as the event name, so we do not need this key value pair. This would work as it is. So now if I reload it, if I click on the search button, we see that the counter was incremented. If I click again, it is incremented again. So this way we can easily communicate between different components. Livewire makes it very easy. Now we can also emit an event from the view file itself. So we see that our search button method is not doing much and it is just emitting an event. So I'm just going to comment it out. And now within the view where this click method is called, I can use $emit and then I can emit an event from here itself. If I reload it, click on it, we see that it is still working fine. We can even pass an argument. Let's say I want to increment it by 5 whenever this search button is clicked. So within this counter method, I'll have this increment property and then I would change this like this. And now if I reload it, we see that on every click our counter is incremented 5 times. So currently we only had one click method and one listener. However, this listener can be present in any of the other components that we have defined. So we can have this same method search button was clicked, let's say within the first component, and there on the click of it we can, let's say, hide this apply button. And within the second component, let's say we want to change the text whenever this button is clicked, so we can have a listener for it in each of these components performing any functionality that we want. If you only want to emit the event from child to the parent component, you can use the emit up method instead of emit. And Livewire also has a emit to self method when you want to emit the event to the current component itself. Now, not only you can listen to the events in your component, you can even listen to the events in your JavaScript. So let's see how we can do that. So I'm going to go into my layout, and here at the very bottom I'll have my script tag. And what I want to do is I want to listen to this uh, this search button was clicked event in my layout. So I can do so using livewire dot on and then the name of the event. I'll have this parameter count, and here I'm simply going to do an alert. Search button was clicked, which incremented the counter by count. So let us see if it is working or not. I'm going to reload it, and I'm going to click on it, and I get that alert button, that search button was clicked. And now not only I get an alert, I also see that the counter has also been incremented. So this is a very powerful technique which bridges the gap between PHP and JavaScript. You can listen to any event happening on the PHP and catch it on the JavaScript using the livewire on method. Hope you have enjoyed this video. See you in the next one. Hello, in this series we are going to use Jetstream with Livewire stack to implement Ajax pagination, Ajax filtering, Ajax searching, as well as sorting in both the directions on multiple columns. We are also going to delete a resource using confirmation dialog. We are going to add a resource using a model. We will perform all the validations. And we are also going to edit a resource using the same model. We will have flash messages displayed. And we are going to use tall stack, which includes Tailwind, Alpine, Livewire to implement these functionalities using the Jetstream. So let's get started on it. We are going to be installing a brand new Laravel, and we are going to use Jetstream for authentication. Previously, we had used Laravel UI package. Now Jetstream comes with Livewire as well as Inertia. We are going to use Livewire to install Jetstream. We can do so using this command. This is going to install Laravel as well as Jetstream. Once we press enter, it is going to ask us the stack that we want to choose. We will choose Livewire. And now it is going to install Laravel as well as Jetstream. This will take some time. And now Jetstream has been installed successfully. We still need to run the migrations. Before running the migration, make sure that you have created the database and specified the same in the environment file. I have already done that, so I'm going to run my migrations. I need to go into the directory. That is a common mistake. So I'll cd into the directory and then I will run the command again. And now it has created all the migrations. I'm going to start the server. And now if I open the browser, we see that Jetstream has been installed successfully. When we installed Jetstream with Livewire, it is internally going to use certain blade components. Even though we would not be changing those blade components, I'm going to publish them so that we can see, so that we can reference them and see what is going on. We can publish them using this command. So I'm going to copy it and paste it. And this is going to create a new directory in our resources folder, which will hold all these blade components. We will be using them later on in our tutorial. Let us register and create a new user. And now that we have registered, we see that it has redirected us to a dashboard page. And this dashboard page is built using Livewire and blade components. When we log into our application, we are redirected to this dashboard page. This dashboard is being displayed using this particular route. I need to create a similar another route, but before we do that, I'll create a model. So let's do that. I'm going to create a model and I'm going to call it item. And I will also create the migration and factory for it. Now that command has run successfully, let's open up our factory and define the table columns. I want my items to be linked to user. So each user is going to have multiple items. So I'm going to define a user ID column and I'm also going to define an index on it. I will define a name column and I will also define a price column. And then finally we are going to have a status column, which is going to be a boolean. And now that we have defined our migration, let's run it. PHP artisan migrate. And there we go. Our migration has run successfully. Let us open up the models, both the item as well as the user model. Within the item model, first of all, I'm going to define the fillable properties. I'm going to define the fillable properties as name, price, and status. And then I'm going to define the relationship with the user model. I'm going to define a user method which would return a belongs to relationship. And there we go. Now in the user model, I'm going to define the inverse of the relationship. So I would define a method and name it as items. And this would return has many relationship. And there we go. Now let's open up the factory class. And we are going to define user ID. We would define the user model. I'm going to import it and call the factory class. Then I would need to define for the name, price, and status. For the name, I would use the faker word method. Price would be a random number with 2 digits. And status would be a boolean. Now let's open up the Tinker and use this factory to insert some records. I'm going to insert 5 records and I will overwrite the user ID as 1, which is the user we have already registered. Well, there seems to be a typo. Let me correct it. Here we go. Let's insert few more records. And that is it. Now that we have inserted records, let's continue ahead in our next video. In our last video, we set up the items model and now I want to create a route for it. Well, what I want to do is on this dashboard page, next to this dashboard, I want to have a new menu which would display the listing of items. So let me copy this route and I'm going to change this to items and it would return a view which would be items, and I'm also going to call the name as items. Next, I'm going to open up the navigation file. This is the file that Jetstream uses. I'm going to copy it and paste it over here, and then I'm going to change all the reference to dashboard to items. There we go. And down over here, we would need to make a similar change over here. This is for the mobile menu, so I'm going to copy it as well and paste it over here, and again change all the reference to the items. And there we go. Next, I'm going to create a copy of this dashboard.late.php. I'm going to create a copy over here and I'm going to rename this file to items.late.php. And then I would change all the reference for the dashboard to items. And instead of returning this Jetstream view, I would change this to items for the time being. Now if I reload the browser, we see that our items menu is being displayed and the view is rendered correctly. Let us create the Livewire component. I'm again going to call it items. And there we go. Let us open up our view file in the editor. And I'm going to change this to a dummy text. And then I'm going to reference this Livewire component in our view file. And there we go. Now if I reload the browser, we see that our Livewire component is being rendered correctly. Let us work on the pagination in our next video. In our last video, we installed our Livewire component, and now we have a component file and view file. And most of the changes that we do are going to be in these two files only. So let us work on the pagination. First of all, I'm going to import the model, the item model. And in order to implement pagination, I need to use this trait with pagination, and this would include this file at the top. And now I'm going to create the items variable, and I only want to fetch those items which belongs to the authenticated user. So I'm going to have this where clause on the user ID, and I can fetch the user using the auth helper, and then I'm going to paginate 10 records at a time. I'm going to pass this items variable to the view. This works the same way as it would work in a normal view. Next, we are going to work on this view file. I'm going to open up this welcome.play.php and copy these few lines so as to match the design. I'll remove this div, and here I will have the headings as items. And I'm going to close this div, and here I will have a div, and I'm going to give it a margin top of 6, and here I'm going to create the table, and I will give it Tailwind classes of table auto and width of full. Now I will have this tbody tag, and now within this tr I'm going to define all my headings. I will give the heading the class of padding x of 4 and padding y of 2, and within them I will have a div with class of flex and item center, and I'm going to call it id. I'll copy this one and paste it over here, and this would be name, this would be price, and then I'll have another heading. This would be for status, and the last one would be for action. Alright, now I will have the tbody tag. Here I would loop through the items using the for each tag. I'll close the tag over here, and for each item I would have a row, and I will define a td with Tailwind classes of border, padding, and this would be ID, item slash ID. I'm going to copy it. And this would be name. This would be price. And I'm also going to format it using the number format method, which is a PHP method, and I'll pass it a second parameter of 2. And this would be status, and if the status is true, I would display yes, otherwise I would display no. In fact, let me change this to active and not active, as that makes more sense. And finally, within the actions column, I would have a edit and delete button. I'm going to keep them as it is for the time being. I'll come back to them in the later videos. And finally, we need to have the pagination links. I'll create another div and give it some top margin, and I can define the links like this. And now if I reload the browser, this seems to be working fine. However, we have a HTML tag issue. If I reload it again, and this is working fine. And if we check the pagination, that is also working fine. Even though the URL is changing, we can see that it is the Ajax pagination. I will have a checkbox over here which would filter out only active records. So let us create that checkbox in our view file. I'm going to create a div over here, and I'm going to give a class of flex and justify between. And within this div, I'm going to create a div which I'm keeping as empty. We will come back to it later. And then I will have another div, and I'll give it some margin. And here I will have a checkbox with input type equal to checkbox, and I'm going to give it margin right and leading tight. And I will show the label as active only. Let us check the browser, and this is our checkbox. We can reduce the margin right, and now it looks better. I would link this checkbox to a Livewire property using wire model, and I will call the property as active. Let us create this property in our Livewire component over here, and when this is checked, I want to get only active records. So I will use this when condition. So when this active is true, I'll create a closure, and within this closure I would write the query to return only those records where status is true or 1. If I check this, we are only getting active records, and if I uncheck it, we are getting all the records. So that seems to be working fine. If we check the pagination, that is also working fine with this checkbox. Well, we can improve this code by changing this to a local scope. So I'm going to create a local scope and call it as scope active. This would take a query as a parameter, and I'm going to return those records where the status is 1. And then within my Livewire component, I can use this local scope by using active. Let's test this, and it still seems to be working fine. However, there is one issue. If we go to the third page and I click on this checkbox, we see that everything is empty. This is because we are still on page 3. Well, we can fix this by creating another method and calling it updating active. This would be fired when active checkbox is clicked, and here we are going to reset the page. So this will set the page to 1. Now if I reload it and if I go to page 3 and click on this checkbox, this is now working fine. We are taken back to the page 1. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we are going to implement Ajax search. However, before we implement that, I'm going to show you a small trick which is very useful for debugging purposes. I'm going to break this query like this. And now I'm going to extract the SQL using toSQL method into this query variable. Now I will pass this query variable to our view. And within our view, I'm going to display this at the top. And now if I go to our browser, refresh it, we see the query at the top. This is going to be very useful. Now I will display the search box over here in this div. I will define an input with type equal to search, and I'll give a placeholder as search. And then I will have some Tailwind CSS classes to this input box. Let's check this in the browser. Yeah, it looks good. However, I'm going to remove this padding as it doesn't seems to be required. And yeah, that looks better. All right. Let's bind this input box to our component using the property that I'm going to call Q. So now if I go to our component, I'll create this property Q. Now this Q will hold our search text, and what I want to search on the name and price column. So over here I'm going to define another when clause, and when this Q is not empty, I will create a closure, and this closure I want to create a where condition which I want to wrap into 2 brackets. So I will create another group over here, and within this group I will have another closure, and here I will have my condition. I want to search on the name. So I'll do a like, and I will use this Q, and I want to search on the price, which would be a or condition, so I'm using or where, and I will also need to use percentages. Well, this looks good, so let us test this in the browser. So if I search for something, and this is working fine, and we can even use the debounce property that Livewire offers. I'm going to set it to 500 millisecond. And we can even search by price. There we go. One issue that we still have is that if we go to the third page and search for something, well, it is not going to show. We had this issue while we implemented active filter, and we know how we can fix it. I'm going to copy this method and paste it over here. I'm going to call it updating queue, and this will reset the page. So if I now reload the browser, I'm on third page. If I search something, I'm taken to the first page. So that is also working fine. And in case you have not noticed, our query is also working fine. Our condition is wrapped between the two brackets and it is having the or clause. So that brings us to the end of this video. We have successfully implemented Ajax search using Livewire. In the Livewire component that we have implemented, if we go to page 2, we see that our URL is changing. We see that the URL now contains the page parameter. We would like to do the same when we click on this active checkbox. We would like the URL to be changed so that users can share it easily. And I would also like to change the URL when user searches for something. So let's see how we can do that in Livewire. Well, what I need to do is I'll need to define a protected array and call it query strings. And this array will contain all the parameters that we want in the URL. So I will put the active and then I will have the queue over here. In fact, this should be query string. So let us test this in browser. So now if I change the check the checkbox, it is present in the URL. If I go to the second page, it is still present in the URL. So our checkbox is now present in the URL. And if I search for something, that Q, which stands for query, is also present in the URL. So that is how we can change the URL whenever any of our property changes. However, if we check this page parameter, it is present when we go to the page 2. However, if we come to the page 1, this parameter is not present. So the page param is only present on the page 2 and page 3. On page 1, which is by the default, it is not present. Well, I would like to do the same for the active checkbox and the search parameter. When the search parameter is empty, I would like to remove this. And when the active checkbox is not checked, I would like to remove that from the URL as well. So we can do so by changing this to a key value pair, and I will use the accept parameter. Here I will pass the value which I do not want. So if the query parameter is empty, I'll pass this as a parameter. So let us test this one. Now if I click on the checkbox, only when I check on it, it is present. If I remove it, it is removed from the URL. And same thing for the search parameter. Only when I search for it, it is present. And if I remove the search parameter, it is removed from the URL. So that is how you can use query strings in Livewire to make your URL better. And another thing that I would like to do is that if the active checkbox is checked, I would like to remove this status column, because when this active checkbox is checked, we know that all the items have the status as active. So I would only like to show this status column when the active checkbox is not checked. Well, again, this is very easy. We can use our active property that we have defined, and we can wrap this heading in the if condition. And same thing I will do in the down over here. I will again wrap this in the if condition and display if only if it is active. In fact, it should be not active. I'll change over here itself. Now if I reload the browser, we see that the status column is only showed when it is not checked. So that is a nice little improvement. In this video, we are going to implement AJAX sorting. We would allow user to sort by ID, name and price in both the ascending as well as the descending direction. So within our component, we will need to define two fields, two new properties. So first one would be sort by field, which would hold the column by which we want to sort. So by default, it would be ID. And next would be sort ascending, which would be true by default. So we are going to be sorting by ascending initially. So I'm also going to define them in the query string so that URL change is reflected. Sort by would be shown in the URL except for when it is ID, and I will also show sort ascending except for when its value is true. Alright, now let us use these two fields to change our query. So within the render method, I'm going to use these two fields to sort by. So I'll sort by this sort by field, and I will use sort ascending flag to define the direction, which would be ascending or descending. And there we go. Let us test this in browser. So now if I reload it, we see that it is sorted by ID ascending, and our query is also reflecting it as well. Alright, so now what I want is that when user clicks on ID, name or price, I want to change the sort field to that. So on the click event of these heading, I would need to change this sort by field, sort by property that we have defined. So let's see how we can do that. Well, I'm going to I'm going to change this to a button, and on the button I'm going to define a click method which would call a sort by method that I'm going to define soon. I'm going to pass it the ID parameter like this. I'm going to copy this one, and I would also do the same for name. I'll change this flag to name, and same thing I will do for price. I change this parameter to price. So now let us define this function in the component. So I'm going to define it at the very bottom. This method would take a parameter, let's call it field, and I'm going to set the sort by property to the parameter that has been passed. Like that. So now let us test this one. So if I click on name, we see that our query has changed. Same way, if I click on price, we see that again our query has changed because the sort by parameter has been changed on the click method. Next, we will work on this ascending and descending. Again, within this sort by method, I would check if the field passed is same as the current sort by field. So if these two are same, I'm just going to flip the value of sort ascending parameter. I can do so using this not parameter. So this would flip the value. So now let us test this one. So now the price is sort by ascending, and if I click on it again, it is now showing descending. Same way, if I click on name once and now click on it again, the direction has been reversed. So that seems to be working fine, and we see that our URL is also changing accordingly because we have defined this field in the query parameters. Next, what I will do is that I will show some icons over here so that it is more UI friendly to the end user. So I'm going to use hero icons, which is suggested by the Tailwind. So if I click on this link, and over here I'll need to go to their website, and over here we have all the icons. I'm going to copy this, use these two. So I will copy their SVG, and for the time being I would display them over here. Later on we will display them conditionally. So this is the up icon, and I'll also copy the SVG of the other icon and display over here. Well, I will need to wrap them in a span tag. I'll give them a class with width, height, and a margin left of 2. I will do the same for the other icon as well. Let us test this in the browser. So yeah, this is how it looks like. It seems fine. So now let us display them conditionally. Well, we will display them when the sort field is ID. So I'll use the if tag to check the sort field. I'll close the if tag over here. Let me just format it a bit. And the top icon I would display if the sort ascending is true. I'll close the if tag over here. And this, the other icon I would display if the sort icon is not true. Sort ascending is not true. I'll close it over here. Let us test them in the browser. Yeah, it seems to be working fine. However, I think I'll need to flip the if condition. So I'll use a not over here, and now let us test this. So yeah, now it is working fine. When it is sorted by descending, we see this icon, and when I click on it again on ascending, I see this icon. We'll need to do the same for the name and price as well. So we'll need to copy this code, but I would instead display it via anonymous component. So I'll create a components directory, and within that I will create our anonymous component. I will call it as sort icon.blade.php, and this would take 3 properties: sort by, sort ascending, and the next one I'm going to call sort field. So I'm going to copy that code from here to here. I would change this ID to sort field. I would just format it a bit. And there we go. So now within our view, I'm going to remove this and replace it by the definition for the
blade component, that would be X, sort icon, and then I would need to pass the three parameters. Sort field would be ID, and the next would be sort by, which is dollar sort by, and sort hyphen ascending, which would have the value of sort ascending property that we have created. So I'll copy and paste it in the other name and price heading as well. I'll change this to name, and I will change this to price. So now if I go to our browser, well, there seems to be an error. Well, within our component, this should be wrapped in the brackets. All right, let's test this again. Now if I reload it, that error is now gone, and if we click on the various heading, we see that the sort icon is working fine. It is working fine for the price, it is working fine for the name, and it is also working fine for the ID. So with that, we have achieved the Ajax pagination on multiple columns using Livewire. We see how simple it was, and if we look at our code, it is also very easy to understand. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we are going to work on the delete functionality. When user clicks on this delete button, we are going to open up a confirmation dialog and delete the item when the user confirms. So if I go into the Jetstream user profile, we have this delete account button over here. I want my delete button to use the same design. So let us see how they are doing. So if I go into the profile, and this is a button that they are using, so I'm just going to copy it and I'm going to use it in my view over here. I will replace this delete text with this button, and I'll change the text to delete, and this is the click method, and I'm going to change this to item, and I'm going to pass the item ID to this method by wrapping it up in the curly braces. And now I'll need to define this method. I'll define it over here in our component. This method takes an ID, and I'll change this ID to use route model binding and change this to item. And now what I will do is I'll just delete this item. Alright, let's test this. I'm going to delete this item with ID 4. So when I click on this delete button, we see that item is deleted and list is rendered again. However, what I would like to do is that if we click on this delete account method, we get this confirmation dialog, and the user has the option to cancel it or delete it. So we would like to do the same. So let's see how they are doing in Jetstream. If we see, they have this blade component with dialog. So this is used in Jetstream to display the dialog model. So let us see how Jetstream is using it. They have this flag, and this should be a Livewire property, and this should be set to true when you want to open this dialog box. So on the click of this method, they are setting this property to true, and we will be following the same terminology that is being used by them. So let's go into our component and first of all create this flag. I'll change this to user and I will initially set this to false. And when the user clicks on this button, I will set this flag to false. I'm also going to remove this delete, and I'll also change this route model binding to simple ID. In fact, I'm going to change this flag from false to I'm going to use this ID that is being passed. So now I'll copy this up and I'll paste it in my view over here, and now I'll make some text changes. This should be item. I'll remove this up and I'll change this text to use item, and I'm going to use the flag that I just created. This should match this flag, and on the click of this I'm going to call this delete item method that I'm going to create. I'll pass the value of this flag which holds the ID for the item to be deleted, and for this cancel one I'm going to set this flag back to false so that our dialog box closes. I change this to delete, and now if I reload the browser, click on this delete, the dialog box open up. If I click on this never mind, the dialog box closes, and if I click on this delete, oh well, we get an error because we haven't defined the delete item method. So let us do that in our component. We are calling this one on the click. So I'm going to create this delete item method, and this would of course take the ID for the item to be deleted, and I'm going to use route model binding to change it to item itself, and here I'm going to delete the item, and after that I'm going to set this flag to false so that the dialog box closes. So let us reload our browser. I'm going to delete this item with ID 5. So if I click on delete, there we go. The dialog box closes and the item has been deleted. So with that, our functionality has been implemented successfully. In this video, we will work on adding a new item. We will have a button over here, and clicking on it will open up a dialog box, and then we will validate and add the item, and then we will also update the list over here. So let's see how we can work on it. So first of all, for adding a new item, I'm going to define a public property item, and just like we did in case of confirm delete model, I'm going to create a flag, and I'm going to call it as confirming item add, and this will have a default value of false. Next, I'm going to define validation rules. We are going to define an rules array, and here we will define validation rules for the three things. First would be item dot name, which would be required string, and I'm going to define it a rule of minimum value of 4. Next would be item dot price. This would also be required. This would be numeric, and I will set a validation rule of between 1 and 100. And last one would be item dot status, which should be a boolean value. All right, Now let's define the method over here, just like we had this one for confirming item delete. We will have confirming item add, and this time we are not going to have any parameter, and I'm just going to set this flag to true. I'll change this to item add. Alright, now let's go to the view and we will have add button over here. So let us add the class flex and justify between. I will wrap this heading into a div, and then I will create another div. I'll give it a margin right of 2, and this one will be a button. So let's see how Jetstream creates a button. I'll copy this one and paste it over here. I'll change this save to add new item, and I'll define a wire click property over here. This would call the method this one. So I'll copy it and paste it over here. So let us test this one in the browser. I can also remove this query because we no longer need it. So I'll remove it from the view, and I'll also remove it from the component. I'll remove it from here, and I'll also remove it from here. Let's reload it. So we have this button, and this is styled using the default Jetstream style. If you want to check the styling of it, you can go over here, and within our resources we have this Jetstream components and button.play.php, and these are all the classes that are present in this button. We can obviously override any one of them. This has the gray color, so let us override it to use something else. I'll define a class and give it a color of blue 500, and on the hover I would give it a PG blue of 700. And if we reload the browser, this looks fine. So on the click of this add new button, we are calling this method, and this is setting this flag to true. So just like we did for the delete functionality, we will create a new dialog model. I'm just going to copy this one and paste it over here, and I'm going to change this flag to this one, so it will open up when this flag is true. I'm also going to set this flag to false on the cancel, and when this button is clicked, I'm going to call this save item, and I'll change this text as well as this over here. And this one, I'll just put a dummy text for the time being. This text, this slot will have our form. So if I now reload it and click on this button, we see that a dialog box appears, and when we click on this nevermind, it goes away. So now let us work on this form. I'm again going to use some Jetstream components to create the form. So if we have a look at this one, we have the Jetstream component for label, input box, as well as for the error messages. So I'm going to use these to design our form. So I'm going to copy this over here and paste it over here. In fact, this one uses, I'm going to copy some another one. So yeah, this one will do, because this one uses the text. The previous one was password. So let us make some changes. The name be name, and here I'll remove this autocomplete, and here I'll bind this to item dot name. That is the name of our property, and this would also be item dot name. I'm again going to copy this one and define another one for price. So I'll make the text changes. This would be item dot price, and all right. Now last one we need to define for the checkbox for the status. So I'm going to quickly define it. And I'm going to bind it to item dot status. So if we now reload it, click on the model, we have this form displayed over here. Let us give some margin top here as well as over here. And now if we reload it, this one looks better. So now let us work on this save item method, which is actually going to save the item. So I'm going to define this method over here. So first thing we need to do is we need to validate. So I'll define a validate method over here, and then over here we are going to actually save the item. So let us check if validation is working or not. So if I click on save, we see that we are getting the validation errors because both of these fields are required. So now that validation is working fine, let us save it to the database. We know that each item is related to a user, so I'm going to get the current user, and the name of the relationship is items, so I'm going to call the create method on items, and over here I will pass the name, which would be items name, then price, which would be items price. In fact, this needs to be this item, and same thing over here. And last thing is status. So I'll also use a default value of 0 in case the checkbox is not checked. And then I'm going to set this flag to false so that the dialog box disappears. And then over here I'm also going to reset our item so that form is cleared of any value. So now if I reload it, I would sort by ID descending so that any new item I added would be present at the top. I'll add a new item and I will give it a name of 31, price of 31, and if I save it, we see that the item has been saved and the listing has been updated correctly. Let's add another item. This time we are going to click on the checkbox as well. So if we do that, we see that that is also working fine. So with that, we have successfully implemented the add functionality using Tailwind model. Well, we are finally down to the edit functionality. What I will do is that on this click of this edit button, I'm going to open up a model, and then we are going to validate and save the data. So let us open up the view, and I'll copy this add button and I'll paste it over here, and change the text to edit, and instead of using this blue color I will use the orange color. On the delete button we had this confirm item delete method, so I'm just going to call confirm item edit method over here, and I'm going to pass the item ID just like we did over here. Well, now we'll need to create this method, so let us go to the component and I'll add the method over here, and this would accept an ID as the parameter. And what I will do is that I'll use the same dialog, so I'm going to set this flag to true. So we are going to use the same dialog for add and edit, and also I'll change this to use route model binding, and I'm going to set the item property to this item. So let us reload our browser, and now if I click on the edit, we see that the form is being populated correctly. Let's test this one, and this one is also working fine. So now we see that this is an add item. We can change this to edit item in case when the user clicks on the edit dialog. So if we go down over here, this is the text, and we can put it in a condition that if this item ID is set, then we will print the text edit item. Otherwise, we will use the add item. And there we go. So let us reload the browser, and now if I click on add model, we see that the text is add item, and if I click on the edit, we see the text is edit item. We are calling this save item method. So here we will need to make some changes to handle both add and edit condition. So I'm again going to check if this item ID is set. Then we need to save the item. Otherwise, we can just use the add item code. So for this save, I'll just use this item save. So now if we go to our browser, edit an item, I'm going to edit the name as well as the price. And now if I click on save, we see that the item price as well as the name has been updated. Let us test the validation, and we see that validation is also working fine. So with that, we have implemented the edit functionality successfully. One thing that is missing from our functionality is that we do not have any flash messages. So when a user add, edits or delete, we do not show any confirmation message to the user. Well, we can improve the UI user by using the flash messages. So I'm going to use this one provided by the Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to copy this in our view. I will wrap it up in the if condition and show it only if the session has message. And within this if condition, I'm going to paste this up. And then I'll replace this p tag text with the actual flash messages. And there we go. Now within our component, I'm going to use the flash messages. So for the edit, I can set the flash message over here. I'll set it with this key and then the actual message. Similarly for the add as well, I'll reformat it and I'll set the message over here, item edit successfully. And same way for delete, I can do in the delete message over here and change the message like this. So let us test this in the browser. So now if I edit this and click on save, there we go, we get the flash message. If I click on the add and add an item, click on save, and there we go, we get the flash message again. And now if I click on delete, confirm it, and there we go, we get the message that the item has been deleted successfully. Now another thing I want to do is that I would also want to have the close button like this. So again, I'm going to copy the HTML related to it and paste it in our view over here. What I would have to do is that I would also have to change this class to add a relative class over here, and I would change this red to white. So let us see how it looks like. I'm going to add a new item, and if I click on save, we see that we get that cross message. Well, let us implement this functionality. I'm going to use Alpine.js. It is already installed when we install Jetstream, so we do not need to install it again. So I'm going to set the data for this div to and set this show to true, and I will set that this should be shown only when show is true, which is by default. And then I will have a click method on this cross, and I will set that show to false. So let us test this. So if I click on edit and if I click on cross, we see that flash message has disappeared. If I click on delete, we get this dialog box. However, we can use another dialog box provided by the Jetstream, which is confirmation model, instead of using this dialog model. So now if I reload it, click on delete, we get this better model.